What's going on there? Check 1, 2. Okay, that's better. Let me just blab at you in silence. That's awesome. Silentclaws is apparently silent speaky. Because that is awesome. So, now that I've blabbed on at you for 14 minutes of silence, let's actually get right into it. Probably going to edit that video later. There is no point in having one quest at 14 minutes of silence. That, yeah. Dancing all night long. We'll see the world through different eyes, just open up. This night will never end, sweet surrender. I actually don't know what I'm supposed to be doing for this particular mission, but more often than not, it's kind of a, hey, kill all the things. So, killed him, so now all his reinforcements are gone, so more are gonna come! That's usually about how it goes. The Welt must pay for his crimes, blah 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 blah. Yeah, but I'm not too worried about you. Alright. Battle Drake. I'm gonna take you down. And you know what? I should have done this a while ago. Oh, that got some attention. Oh, they didn't like that. Oh no. Oh no. Come here. You hear that happy beat? Wait. I missed this Elmegan conscript over here all along. It's okay, he can get killed now. Bye! Wait, whoa, what? He got healed? No! Bad jerky jerk jerk face. Come here. Stone! Ugh. Come on. Come on. You can die now. Thank you. Duty complete. Duty complete. All right. And we ain't got time for cutscenes. This is speed leveling. Now, you know, it said it would sink me down to level 31. I'm currently 35. And that's kind of like the insanity of the double experience that's going on here right now. Is you can just be doing the main story quest, the main scenario quest of the game, and you will out-level them. That's all there is to it. And so I've had people ask me, well, you know, do you want to do the other quests that are around? Well, you can, but I'm generally going to save those for actually when I come through on other classes, because actually, the more classes you have at high level, the slight bit of a behind-the-scenes leveling bonus you get for your other classes. So I'm going to try and get a bunch of characters up to 60, and each one that's at 60 is going to help the other ones get up to higher level quicker. I wish I could find my pen. Report to Nymphilia. Okay, so we're going back to the Waking Sands, which means Horizon. Aerial dinosaur mount. Okay, I don't know why I have this. Grab a piece of paper, my kayak. Today. And I can't leave a thing behind. And we're probably going here to say, hey, look, we think there's a primal influence over here. And they're going to say, we think you're right. You should go back and go kill that primal influence thing. That really should have hurt a lot more than it probably did. Enter the Waking Sands. Run, run faster, little ear got tripped knocked. I'm speaking with somebody in here first. I've fallen for that too many times before. Like, they set this up to feel like it's sort of like this nice little social area that you should come to, and you should come to quite often. Scion Supplier? What? I didn't even know about this. Huh. That's a dungeon unlock. Do I have the ability to just teleport there? I've never seen it on the map, but I don't think I actually have it yet. Why haven't I gone to the Forgotten Springs yet? That just sounds like a good time. Easy way. Actually go to our journal and say, map. Back to the Black Shroud, huh? I'm not attuned to the Fallout Chord, but we are attuned to here. But it's freaking Gridania, okay. I think I could just go out the Yellow Serpent Gate from here. Two-person Chocobo, really. Messages abound.
eyes from Russia, as hot as the wind in July, cool as the look in her eye, warm as the Central Pay sky. I want you, I don't know why. Eyes from Russia. No, you won't reply. Eyes from Russia. Oh, I don't know why. Eyes from Russia.
Actually,
I don't know why.
song I like after this. Slay Ziz. What? Oops, not bad there. There's one. Hey, how's it going? But you are super quiet compared to my music. Hold on a sec. Move on. I don't have the option to change the volume there. Okay. Sir?
I gotta fly. Eyes from Russia. Yeah, I gotta fly. Eyes from Russia. Don't you know I'm gonna fly?
Unfortunately, I can't be a whole lot louder because it's 4 in the morning and I'm supposed to be being quiet.
Yep. Yeah, I'm turning up Discord, so I can hear you now.
Okay. So yeah, I just finished Frankie for Hibiki and wanted to get some feedback before I crash because I'm gonna send it off to him and I wanted to make sure I'm not the only one who thinks he looks cute.
I think he looks cute. There's something in the proportions that he has, I think, that kind of, I don't know, makes me think a little bit creepy, but that's me on first impression. I'm not exactly sure what all we're going for. I mean, he does look cute, and it definitely works off of the icon that he's already got, that he's had spinning around and whatnot, that looks really nice. So
he
adding...
wanted a fennec, so the ears are gonna be freaking huge.
Right.
And I needed to leave enough room for you to see the features on an emote, which at its smallest is only going to be 28 pixels high for the whole thing. And yeah, so I couldn't put in much body to balance it out.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I think it's fine. I think it's great. I think that the hand actually in there, as opposed to just being like bust of body and hi, is actually pretty nice. And I would show the people on my stream, except one, it's not my icon. Two, I don't feel like I should be the one debuting it to the world.
Totally down with that.
So
yeah, Hibiki specifically wanted him with a little speech bubble and waving. So.
Okay, well.
And the nice thing is now that I have the graphic design, I can make other emotes with his face a lot more quickly.
Yep. The real major heavy lifting is already done. It's just editing from that point forward.
Yep. So, thank you very much.
That's tree. No problem.
Feedback. How much longer are you going to be playing Final Fantasy?
Honestly, I don't know. I have... So my situation and why I am where I am presently and why I'm awake is I worked yesterday, being Thursday, from 9 a.m. until 5 a.m. Friday morning. So that was a little bit on the crazy side, but after that, I got called in and had to be at work by 10:30 a.m. So I got about 4.5 hours of sleep, got back into work, worked the full day, worked until 5 p.m., got home, and was like, I'm going to take a nap. I'm like, no, I'm probably just going to end up sleeping until about 2 a.m.
Yep.
Sure enough, I woke up at 2:30. So here I am, and it's sort of like, you know what? It's an EU server. This is actually prime time hours for the EU server, so it might be a good time to try and do that whole speed leveling thing.
Yeah, my sleep pattern is why I have so many friends who live in other countries, because I'm up at these weird hours. But unfortunately, I have 2 role-playing games this weekend, one of which starts in about 14 hours, maybe less. So I should probably get some sleep before that.
I concur with that idea.
Yeah, because we're in. I think you've heard some about it. We're in the 1870s. We're actually in 1875, and originally this was supposed to be a someone changed the time stream. We have to put it back kind of plot. That's how it was intended. But
It's evolved, and now
yeah,
it's more of a wait. This timeline's better. Screw the old one.
so instead of that, it's okay, how do we position ourselves as movers and shakers with the fact that we're from the 21st century and we know kind of what happens? And so we've each kind of got prime projects that we're working on. And mine is I'm working on social justice and trying to boost the egalitarian movement. And our GM is having a great time with that because I'm actually describing, okay, so I'm drawing this political cartoon and this writing this essay and this political cartoon and then presenting them in character to prominent people in the world, and he's just finding that incredibly amusing. And we have Jeremy pretty much kanging every major invention that Edison will have ever done because screw Edison, basically. Uh, and then Jack is going to try to get rocketry in the 19th century.
Hmm.
So this is going to be an interesting game, and we're still. He just got a job as a professor at the School of Mines the first year it was open.
So I guess the question becomes, if he's going to work on claiming rocketry, what's going to happen with that? I mean, is he going to allow it to be swayed for military use?
That's the interesting part because we are coming up on the events that sparked World War One, but arguably, what the actual cause of World War One was that Germany didn't realize the rules had changed, and that what would have been a nice localized war, even the previous major war in Europe, which was actually the Franco-Prussian War, in which they got reparations from France. Um, if Germany had realized that it was going to be a world war and the entire planet was going to try and crush them, arguably they would have done something different. And if we can prevent World War One, well, World War II was a follow-on to that. So we might actually be able to get it to where there isn't the military need for rockets for a lot longer. And if we can get it to be this important civilian technology, and with my push for egalitarianism and personal responsibility, we might be able to get it so that if the governments start trying to take on rocketry as a weapon, that the will of the people will be, no, you are not taking this perfectly valid humanitarian scientific thing and turning it into a weapon. We're just not okay with that.
Well, I'm just curious as to, what's going to happen. Is it possible that having World War One and World War II prevented some other great atrocity and we just don't know because we have no way of knowing?
We actually got real paranoid about that early in this, and Rich essentially told us, look, this is a Deadlands game. I'm not going to go all butterfly effect on you. A good thing is a good thing. So it's pretty much alternate history porn at this point. Of if you could get rid of bad thing and you didn't have to worry about even worse thing coming because you got rid of it, what would you do? And I don't think Rich was expecting what he got, but he's got 3 people who spend a lot of time thinking about how they wish the world was. So, yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to tell me that money still exists and that currency is still a thing, which
Yes.
There's got I don't know what it is, but there's got to be a better system.
Actually, a long time ago, in like 6th or 7th grade, I used to collect my textbooks, especially the English ones, and I would try to keep them after the year. I would intentionally lose them so that I didn't have to give them back. And then I would read all the stories that were in them, but that we hadn't read during the year.
Hmm.
And one of the stories, and this was in a book that was published for an academic environment and given to 6th or 7th grade kids, was a story about a boy who wishes to have all the money in the world. And the fact that that means that no one else can have any money. And once they figure out what's going on, like all the people in his town kind of come together and start trying to figure out, okay, how do we solve this? And it's like, well, we can go back to barter, but what if the person who has the thing that you want doesn't want the thing that you have? Well, okay, so maybe we can have some kind of chit to indicate that 8 hours of work from the blacksmith versus 8 hours of work for the other. Well, but there are some things that anybody can do and some things that you need special skills for, and so chits aren't directly interchangeable. And what they basically went through was the entire logic of why
Money
currency
exists.
is a thing. And so in the end of it, he ends up having to use his last wish to wish for like an equitable distribution of money or something. I don't actually remember how it ended, but essentially currency is similar to democracy. It's the worst system ever invented except for everything else. I have some ideas of how I think its distribution could be improved without massively disenfranchising people from the fruit of their own labors, but a lot of it's not going to happen in the real world. So,
Personally, if I could, what I would want, and the system I would like, would be something where the basic needs are provided. You have very basic shelter, you have very basic food, you have very basic clothing and all of that. You can survive and exist on just that.
yeah.
But if you decide that you want to go out into the world and contribute to society, then you get money, which is then a luxury item. It's used for luxuries. It's not a, this is something you need in order to be able to pay for the stuff you need to live, as well as all of your luxuries. So it effectively becomes commodity paper.
The interesting part about that, and you will understand why I am an ironic person to be bringing this up, is that some people need more to live than other people. And
No, I
so
agree.
if you take that into account and you say, okay, well, what you're giving this person would be luxury to this other person, but because they need it to live, they're entitled to it, whereas this other person would have to work for it.
Uh,
And that
what
gets sketchy.
what on a medical level would
Not even
be?
necessarily on a medical level. Think about how Jack needs to eat versus how most people need to eat. He can't tolerate a lot of foods. So he needs fresh food. He needs better quality food because he can't deal with a lot of the lower quality stuff because he can taste everything that's wrong with it. And this, I mean, I'm not even. I got into an argument with my mom the other day, and it ended up getting onto abortion. And it's like, no, just leave that out because while it is an aspect of it, of what we're talking about, it's not. It's one that is heavily debatable, whereas this other stuff isn't. And medical stuff is heavily debatable, but
Well, and that's what I would say, that if you have the medical need, you've got the medical backing that states that this is a medical need and thus required. And I understand those people would be like, but
massive medical fraud.
I don't see how you can necessarily get to medical fraud with that, because I feel like at that point we would then have the ability to actually. You wouldn't have doctors, as far as I understand, money grabbing because they're already getting luxury items for the fact that they're providing that medical service.
Yeah, but they can get more. They can get stuff. They can get labor from people that they are saying are not well enough to work. They can get, okay, you have to give me this percentage of your food, and I will use it to feed my dogs. There's always something that can be bargained, unless you are literally taking people down to bare, utter minimum survival. And that's dangerous because if people are right on the edge of not having enough to survive, one, historically they will get violent, and two, even if they don't get violent, it only takes a little thing to push them over that into not surviving. Somebody who has barely enough food will get sick more. And someone who has enough food to survive and be healthy has room to bargain. It's not a real cheerful thought, but one of the
No, I see what you're saying with it.
The thing about humans is even the lazy ones, and I'm not being abstract with this. My dad had a really serious problem with laziness, as he described it. Personally, I think he was just really severely depressed. But even people who self-describe as lazy and who are trying to get out of as much as they can still have a basic urge to better themselves. How they define it can be very different. Some people want to contribute and be upstanding members of society. Other people just want a little bit more comfort for themselves. And most people have like a dozen different definitions of bettering themselves kind of warring in their head. And if you don't provide a venue where they are allowed to do that out in the open, they will do it in the dark. Sorry, I'm getting all dark on your stream.
Nah, I'm not too worried about it. No one's watching anyway.
I'm actually very interested in this conversation because I actually was with a philosophy major for several years, as in he was getting his master's and working on his PhD, not just he was going to end up working at McDonald's. And I got one of the things that I thought was a great benefit of that was getting to have deep, meaningful philosophical discussions. And right now I've got my mom, who pretty much drinks the SJW Kool-Aid but doesn't have enough motivation to do much about it. And I've got Jack, who is hideously anti-SJW and doesn't want to talk about it. They never have a point ever. And then there's me going, I can see logic on both of these sides, and it may be valid or invalid, but you have to discuss it to prove it.
Right. No, exactly. So, like, I hadn't considered the idea of, okay, well, these people need, this kind of food in order to be able to survive and live. But I guess my question on, like, the fraudulent thing on that and whatnot is that if it's causing a upset in the digestive tract, there are results that come from that. And I guess my system relies on the idea that people are intrinsically good and are not going to try and cheat the system. And that is a flaw in and of itself.
People are intrinsically self-centered. However, it has been repeatedly demonstrated that, one, humans have altruism bred into us. We are a social species, and our members who are the least altruistic are usually the least successful in so on women than men. But the biggest dicks usually don't do very well, with the exception of Genghis Khan. And we are also having the general urge to be nice bred into us. People, let's see, what is it? I forget the name of the philosopher, I haven't had these discussions in a while, who believed that if you do a good thing because it is good, you are a moral person, but if you do it because it feels good, you are not a moral person. Which I find interesting because of the way social animals work, we're actually having warm fuzzies bred into us. The ones that cooperate best are the ones who are supported by society and generally get to breed more. And there's actually a fair bit of evidence just in recorded history that has had an effect at people being able to cooperate more.
So sort of self-domestication.
Right. Actually, exactly self-domestication. And trying to discuss this and not get too loud. And there's a. Do you know what game theory is?
I can't say I do off the top of my head.
There's several things that are called that, but they're all kind of related to the same thing. It's a branch of philosophy that's basically quantifies moral questions down to games, things that have very specific parameters and win-lose parameters, and then they present people with the situation. And there is a way to win each game. And there's one called the Prisoner's Dilemma, which you might have heard of.
Yes, actually came up on the stream the other day.
Yeah, because I think it was somebody got screwed on the Prisoner's Dilemma in murder trivia.
Yep.
And I think I was the one that got screwed, actually.
It was.
Because the Prisoner's Dilemma is a classic one, and it amounts to, okay, if one person screws the other and the other one plays nice, the one that screws them wins. But overall, everybody does better if you just cooperate. And there are various forms of it, of how much you win by, or if you are even better off if both sides cooperate, or what. And they fiddle with the parameters. But there's a very simple one that is, if you are nice and the other person is bad, you lose. And there's a competition that is run every year where people can submit strategies for this particular formulation of the Prisoner's Dilemma, and it's run for a certain number of iterations, each strategy against all the others. So they run strategy 1 against strategy 2, and then strategy 3, and then strategy 4, and so on, until everybody has gone up against everybody else. And then they look at, over all of these, who has ended up with the most points. The exact same strategy has won every competition, and they are still trying to find one that beats it. And it is insanely simple. Cooperate on the first turn. After that, do whatever the other person did. And they have worked out that the important factors about this are that you start off on a good foot. Your actions have predictable patterns in response to what your opponent does, so they can understand your strategy and grasp how it connects to their behavior, and a willingness to forgive. And against selfishness, against pure altruism, against every possible mix that anybody has come up with, this has now been going for almost 20 years. That always wins. And
well, yeah, I mean, it's step 1, establish trust. Step 2, follow the lead.
Yeah, and there are strategies of, cooperate until the other one screws you, and then screw them forevermore, and that doesn't work out well. And once the philosophers came up with this is actually one of the things I find interesting, because people ask, what's the point of philosophy anymore? And it's basically that they raise questions for the branches of science and so on to look at. And so once the philosophers have pretty much established that we don't think we're going to find a better strategy, we're going to keep looking, but we think this is pretty much it. The biologists and the psychologists started looking for evidence that this either did or did not play out in society, in humans, in animals, in whatever. And pretty much anything smart enough to understand that strategy, if it's a social being, that is how all social beings are kind of generally tumbling towards. And the more you can simplify the situation, the more likely they are to follow it in a classical sense. With humans, the problem is that in any given situation, there are 100 different levels of are you cooperating, are you not cooperating, am I winning, are you winning? And so it gets a lot more complicated, but there's some stuff that's pretty basic. And there are basically 3 structures that have worked for any meaningful length of time as societies that a large number of people involved in them weren't absolutely hating. And the main difference in which one you have to do is how many people are involved. When you have a very small number of people, communism works. This is like the family size, where everybody has a distinct reason to give a crap about everybody else.
Right.
That one, historically, the largest commune that has managed to continue has only had about 100 people, but it's not been the same 100 people. It's been going since like the 60s. But people only generally stay about 3 or 4 years before they leave. So it works, but only as long as people are allowed to leave when they don't want to do that anymore. Which is why when you get to a larger scale and you start having to force people to stay, that it gets really sketchy. The next larger one is consensus, which is okay. We don't necessarily all agree on what should be done, but we all agree on what we're going to do. And you see that in churches and things like that, where they have agreed without a formal voting process. And again, that works as long as people get a choice of whether they want to participate or not. When it gets into you can't leave this church, then you have problems. The only one that has worked on a large scale for a long time without massive numbers of people really, really upset about it is democracy. And it's not that it works great. And there have been, like in America, we don't even have direct democracy. We have representative democracy, which adds another layer of, well, how exactly does this work? But an organization where everybody feels like they have basically the same ability to poke it as everybody else works, but it doesn't always work from the view of people outside. One of the more depressing things about American diplomacy is that we keep promoting democracy, and then when we don't like who they elect, we go in and fuck with them.
Right.
The thing is, as long as people are willing to accept that what we vote for is what we get, it basically works.
Until we start worrying that there's corruption or other things that are possibly messing with it.
Yeah. And it depends. Two of the interesting things I find out about American democracy is that there are 2 things designed into our government that most people don't really think about. One is that Thomas Jefferson thought that it was absolutely necessary to have a revolution about every 100 years. And we're a couple 100 years overdue by his standards. And the other is that the entire point of a democratic system is to be able to have power change hands in a bloodless way. Until democracy, pretty much the only time power changed hands, it was because the previous person died, either naturally or by being murdered. And democracy is supposed to kind of ease that. And the problem is, in America, we have gradually drifted into where we have a class system again, but it's not explicit, and there's a little bit more mobility. You can kind of scooch your way into the ruling class if you know how to start when you're fairly young. But it's still, we have a ruling class. The political class is the political class, and the vast majority of people who have power at any given level are part of that class for whatever scale you're talking about. And I think that's what's starting to get sketchy, because we don't have... our system, while it is incredibly well designed, wasn't designed to last for 300 years, or 250-ish, without a major shakeup, and now we're really overdue for it, and unfortunately we're getting it in kind of a really screwed up way. So...
Well, Rise of the Oompa Loompas.
yeah, pretty much. So... there's a lot of systems in the world right now that are the worst system except for everything else. And one of the phrases that libertarians have about democracy is that it's the tyranny of the many over the few, which is preferable to the other way around, but still not exactly a good thing. And apparently I need to find a new word for my political position, because libertarian has been taken over by people who are kind of anarcho-capitalists light. I don't quite understand the logic. Basically, people who think that you don't need a government for anything. It's like, no, that's an anarchist. But I've gotten used to other movements taking over the term for somebody who just thinks that minimal government, they should stay out of your business as much as possible, and you can get things done through non-governmental social structures. Let's do that. And in America, we've really dropped into the only social structure that really gets anything done in anyone's mind is the government, which I find depressing.
Well, I mean, the idea is that you have government that's supposed to be, these are people that are focused on trying to solve the problems of the local area as brought to them.
Yeah.
And
instead, we've ended up with people who are working to their own power in various ways. It's like, guys, no. Best one that I came up with for how to maybe address that was to make it like seriously, hideously, treason level illegal to make any significant money off of politicians. And the laws that would be required to do that will never get through because politicians. But like, you have the government will pay you this much money while you are in office. You have to put all your other stuff in blind trust, like make that part of the law, not just a customary thing. And you pretty much live in dormitories while you're there, and you're not allowed to take anything else for the time that you're in office. And then for a certain amount of time after you're in office, you are not allowed to go into any job that is even vaguely political. And with a very broad sense of even vaguely political, so that basically you have to be really motivated to run the country or run the state or run the city before you would even run for office, which means we would get people who are really committed, and we would pretty much either get people who are statesmen, people who are megalomaniacs, or people who are zealots of one stripe or another. And the megalomaniacs are the only ones that are hard to get together, because they can be sneaky. But anybody who really wants to better themselves, rather than wanting power and reason expertise, do it. They find other ways to do it. They go to business. I don't know if it's perfectly functional, but I think it's a better stage than what we have right now. I think.
I don't know.
Although, personally, I think the fact that the media's just did their job is to tell us what to think is a lot more worrying than the fact that politicians are smarmy. Because the one is to be expected, politicians are smarmy. It's a popularity contest. But the fact that our media has kind of decided that their job is to be propaganda, that doesn't seem to bode well with me.
I don't think they necessarily decided it's their job to be propaganda. I think that's what has ended up happening. And I think that it's kind of a causality between the two factions, being your politicians and then your news media, and the two of them playing off of each other and having their different reports and opinions and statements and whatnot. I feel like that has created the whole, well, this is propaganda, no, it's not, and you're not sure if it's a credible news source anymore. I mean, like right now, basically what I state is, okay, is Trump saying that they're bad? Okay, then they're probably credible, which is not a good reaction. But my experience so far has been that I feel that whenever Trump states a fact, it's a fallacy, and unfortunately that's adding credibility to news sources that may not be credible.
The thing is, being a fallacy doesn't necessarily mean that something's wrong. It does mean that it's unproven. That's actually amusingly called the fallacy. Having been neither left or right for a long time, I think both sides. I'm scared as hell of both sides at this point.
No, there's a healthy balance that's needed, and the idea presently with our system, as far as I can tell, is that our balance comes when one side feels that it is not getting its voice heard, and that's when you get the unanimous numbers that come out and just crush the other side, and we end up with the opposite party in play for a bit.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting system in that regard. But I feel like that's their balancing mechanism is, okay, well, if this system doesn't work and you don't like it, you'll feel strongly enough to vote the other way next time.
Yeah, which, as somebody who doesn't like either party, it's like, why are we acting as if there's only two directions?
Well, because politics obviously only has two directions, for or against.
So when I go to a restaurant and I'm picking what to eat, I'm going for or against
Mashed potatoes.
or
Yes.
mashed potatoes and so on.
You are pro mashed potato or you are anti mashed potato. You cannot just be blasé and pick your favorite thing opposite. No, I'll admit there are flaws. The problem is that what people have done is that they've worked. The reason we have a two-party system, as far as I can tell, is that a group of people were basically stating, hey, this is the right way to take care of it. And a lot of people agreed with that. And then a bunch of other groups said, well, no, we don't necessarily agree with that, but we don't necessarily agree with each other. And so we ended up coming up with the Prisoner's Dilemma, Politics Edition. So, okay, I'll agree with you to start, and then I'm going to go along with the rest of it, and now we have the Democrats. But like, I feel like that's what we're at, is that right now, in order for anyone to feel like they have a chance against what is Tea Party, they feel like they have to unite under the Democratic banner. I mean, even Bernie did that this last election, and we see where it got him. and it's not something I like, but it's an observation that seems like it's kind of there.
Well, the interesting thing is, I found this out thanks to growing up in Ohio, who's a staunch Democrat, is America is actually designed for two parties. We are not designed with a parliamentary system where there could functionally be more than two parties. If we had a presidential election that went three ways, there's all these backup systems to decide who really wins, and it comes down to first Congress decides, and if they can't decide, then it's literally a coin flip, which is just holy crap. So we were actually designed to be a two-party system, and I think that's both a strength and a weakness of American politics. And it hasn't always been the same two parties. We had the Whigs for a while, and they became the Republicans. And so I think, I don't know, I've watched quite a few people who are kind of center-left liberals who are pointing out that what we have right now isn't even so much Democrat-Republican as wingnut right and wingnut left. And anybody who's in the middle, if they lean even slightly left or slightly right, it's like a game of hungry hippos getting pulled towards those extremes, and you have to be one of these things where you are a fence-sitting, useless centrist who don't have to listen.
So it's the social justice warrior mentality becoming the reality.
Yeah, it's basically social justice versus alt-right, and everybody else is screwed. And I wish that we had gotten the win of the people who think that both the wingnut right and the wingnut left are nuts, which includes most people at this point. But unfortunately, the DNC screwed that up, because Bernie was... I knew a lot of people who didn't want Hillary or Trump, but were okay with Bernie. And, like, I was actually going to go vote for Bernie. I voted Libertarian in the last, 3 or 4 elections just because I knew with the way Colorado was going to go, the way I wanted wasn't going to happen, so I just voted. Or the way I wanted was already going to happen in Colorado, so it didn't really matter. So I have been trying to get through to the big parties through voting in the Nielsen effect of everyone liking voting that way. That they needed to listen. And for a while it worked, but as of about Bush the Second, I essentially started predicting what we're having now. I didn't know what the names were going to be, but I knew that it was just going to get more and more extreme on the two ends until something broke. And I'm just hoping America has any standing in international politics by the time Trump has vacated the office and it's been fumigated.
Well, I mean, The Simpsons predicted this, so I'm just waiting for Lisa Simpson to get in office.
Nice. See, her I would vote for. My mom was... apparently there were a lot of female Democrats who were like, yes, I want to see a woman before I die. I'm like, that is the worst reason to vote for something. It's nothing to do with her politics. It just has to do with what's between her legs. Wow. And I heard a quote from Hillary Clinton a while back, and it was a quote in the Washington Post. So a newspaper that is very, very positive about Democrats in general. So I have no reason to think that they were strawmanning her or trying to quote her out of context. And it was somebody who was talking to her about her early childhood education plan, which she wanted to... She was a senator. She wanted to start mandatory early child education the same way you have to put your kid in school from age to age in most places now, and you can be charged with child abuse was not educating the kids. She wanted to extend that down to age 3 and make it mandatory. And somebody in the press corps said, well, wait a minute. You want to take kids as young as 3 away from their parents for 8 hours a day and teach them a government-defined curriculum. Yep. Doesn't that constitute government indoctrination of very young children? And her response wasn't, no, it isn't, because here's why, or whatever. It was, well, indoctrination isn't bad as long as you're indoctrinated to the right things.
Which, technically true.
Being somebody who was challenging authority when I was 4, I'm not real big on indoctrination. Teaching, yes. Indoctrination, no. Teaching somebody that this is how the language works and here's how you can express yourself so that people will understand you, and here's what these words that are written down mean, and so on. That's the kind of thing little kids should be learning.
But we're doing it. We're doing it ourselves, actually, and it's not even necessarily government approved, or perhaps it is, but public learning television for kids
Is not mandatory.
is not, okay, no, true, it is not mandatory, but how many parents are not doing it?
I know my dad didn't. But
Well, no, okay,
I can't
we're
speak- I
a
can't
different
speak a lot-
generation.
Yeah, I can't speak a lot about parents now, but I know that if I had kids, I would not be doing it.
Yeah, my current view and perception of parenting today is that a lot of parents are very much,
Plug the kid in and leave them.
plug the kid in and leave them and take care of a few things around the house and then come back and spend time with their kids. I don't think that
Yeah.
parents are completely hands off anymore, which I'm really glad about, because there was a point where I was like, yeah, no, parents are 100% hand off. It's yeah, kids, go do whatever and just don't bother me and it'll be fine. And it's like, that's not exactly the kind of parenting that I want to necessarily see. But I feel like that's what was going on for a bit. And I feel like we've kind of actually swung back from that a bit, which I'm really happy about.
Yeah. I am glad that it's gotten a little bit looser than when I was about 10, which was the height of stranger danger.
Mm.
And, every stranger on the street is somebody who's potentially going to snatch you. And now they teach kids, if a grown-up comes up to you and seems really interested, that's sketchy. But if you need help, you can go to adults in this category, or this category, and they will help you. That is a much better rule, I think.
Yeah, no, we got really overboard with stranger danger for a while there. Like, oh my goodness. Now, that's not to say that the world is a safe place. That's not to say that bad things don't happen. They do.
Nope.
But
And it's
there are
okay.
learned behaviors you can look for that says, this person's sketchy. It's kind of like how you can sort of feel like someone's going to be a salesperson at you. It's like, you feel kind of like a car salesman. You've got the right attitude, smile, gleam in your eye, and there's
Tattoo
just
suits.
something about you. That attitude that you carry about you just tells me that you're here to make money and not to sell me a car that I want.
And it's not even to say that sketchy stuff didn't happen when I was a kid. One of the weirder experiences I had was I was going to school, and this guy stopped, and I was used to crossing streets, so I was like waiting for him to go, and wouldn't go. And so I went to go around behind the car, and he opened the door, and all I really caught was that it was flesh colored from his waist down. That was all I caught. I did not look any more closely than that. And I was a little weirded out by that, and I kept walking to school, and there was a cop at the intersection by my school, and she asked me something, and I couldn't hear her, because traffic. And she asked me about 3 times, and eventually just, yes. And I kept walking, and it wasn't until I was like in school that I finally finished processing what she had said, and what she was asking me was, did he drop you off? So I may have helped sketchy guy get away from the cops without really meaning to. So, yeah, stuff definitely did happen when I was a kid. But, I knew he was sketchy. I knew something was wrong. I knew as soon as I registered flesh not to keep looking. Um, so it didn't really mess with me. It was just kind of the part that I felt bad about was telling the cop the wrong thing.
Right.
Um, and other than that, it was okay. I saw a guy's leg. Okay. um, and I was aware of anatomy at that point. I was in like 5th grade, I think, and so I knew that somewhere in that mass of flesh that I only looked at through peripheral vision, there were things I did not want to see, which is why I only looked in peripheral vision. But I am glad that that's more the training now is, here's how to tell sketchy people. Especially here's how to tell sketchy people in your own age group, too.
I don't.
That
I don't know if that's
solves.
necessarily exactly right. I mean, things are starting to get there and a little bit better about it, but I still feel like the learning method around what's sketchy for in your age group is kind of more along the lines of here's a social experiment of welcome to public school. You are now in the social political pools. This is a microcosm of what it's going to be like out there. And you don't realize
Absolutely.
this.
Yeah.
You don't know this unless you really think about it for 5 seconds. Like there are groups that think about it. And that's the like super popular preppy kids that are talking about getting into the higher schools and whatnot because their parents are already drilling it into them. And then that's the freaks that are sitting in the outside fringes and going, why is this so different and why does it work this way?
Yep.
Oh, that makes sense. Everyone else in between, as far as I can tell, is pretty much clueless and just sort of like, oh, this is the programming, this is what we're doing. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. I was always in the freaks because I changed schools every year but one in elementary school. So I was always the new kid.
Hmm.
And by the time I got to middle school and I wasn't the new kid, that was pretty much I didn't even bother trying to integrate anymore. It was just like, okay, find some people that are worth having conversations with and move on.
I
Um,
definitely understand that one. That's kind of where I was. I only got sucked into the popular kids for a short bit towards the end of my high school career, I believe, because of a young lady taking interest in me and basically saying, "Yeah, no, I want to date you. I want to hang out with you. I want to spend more time with you because I think you're an interesting person." And ended up being nominated, not elected, but nominated for prom king because of that.
oh wow. I
So,
ended up doing my last 2 years of high school at an experimental school, and my graduating class was 4 people, and we were pretty much all the freaks, but different kinds, which I found interesting, because it was a K to 12 school, and they had just started it, so they were taking juniors, but they weren't taking seniors, and the kids that they got in like the elementary school age were people who like their parents had them in Montessori schools, but they had missed enrollment or something. Middle school was similar, but the high school kids that they got were the ones who were very motivated, but who, for whatever reason, didn't fit into the standard high school system. And I don't just mean the social system. I mean just in general. In my case, I had gotten senioritis in 6th grade, and by the time I was in high school and my home life had exploded, I wasn't able to play the game anymore. I just couldn't put up with it. And so
mm,
I could have kept going to the high school that was 5 minutes bus from my house and coasted, but you know how much tolerance I have for this is stupid, but I'm going to do it anyway.
yeah.
Um, so instead, I took a 45-minute bus ride on my own initiative every day to go and get an actual diploma instead of just getting a GED, which, as it turns out, was not the greatest decision. I would have been better off with a GED when I went to college, but um, and so the interesting thing was, not only did they not really know what to do with us, they didn't really need to do a whole lot with us. They basically told us, okay, you have these projects that you need to do before the end of the year. And in my senior year, and we did them. it was just okay. You have to pick this thing and do a really thorough research paper on it, or whatever. Um, and I did like 4 major research papers and one entire sort of systemic look at how getting a job when you're 15 works and what the benefits are and what the disadvantages are and blah blah blah. And then in my senior year, they added a requirement because they were short on teachers that every senior had to teach a class. And we were exempt because that hadn't been a rule when we came in. And everybody else was going to have to. But we all did anyway. And the classes were not half-ass classes. I remember the other girl in my graduating class taught Russian because she had taken 6 years of it.
Nice.
I taught fairy tales as comparative literature, recognizing archetypes. So how to tell when something is a Cinderella story. And a whole bunch of other fairy tales. Like, what are the aspects that actually make it a Cinderella story? And it was interesting because I had 3rd graders up to people who were in my own grade in my class. And it worked. I also had the best behaved class in the school because I demonstrated that I was immune to the sound of nails on a chalkboard and no one else in the room was.
Well, and honestly, that seems like a really interesting dynamic to me because you also now actually have the multiple age ranges and the multiple ways of looking at it that even go further outside of what's already been pre-programmed through the actual classic, you're all going to be about the same age going through this class together.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where there's the militaristic, hey, you're all in this together, you're all about the same age, we're going to sort of use this as a common glue, and the experiences will shape you into a cooperative group, is kind of interesting. Because, I mean, it really, public schools, it's designed to be sort of a feeder system into the military.
Yeah,
It provides a base level of knowledge and understanding and logic and reasoning, and the ability to do simple basic tasks that were required for your soldiers to have that basic level of understanding before going out into, okay, here's actual training, here's going towards combat, here's tactics, here's all of that. So, I mean, the original purpose of public schooling was, quote-unquote, technically breeding for war. But it's had other benefits and other side effects, which have been phenomenally outweighing the original intent.
Well, actually, the very first public schools in America, this is actually one of the things I did my research paper on, were a charity project. It was the middle class teaching the lower class kids what they thought a lower class should learn.
Right.
And not what the lower class wanted to learn, what they thought these people needed. And for a long time, there were very distinct curriculum differences in the lower class, middle class, and upper class areas. Everybody would learn arithmetic, but the lowest class would learn to add and subtract. The middle class would learn sort of accounting math, and the upper class would learn statistics and things that you need to understand the stock market and stuff.
Right, and you can actually see how that's actually had repercussions throughout our history.
Yeah. And one of the reasons that it was made mandatory is actually incredibly discriminatory, because the lower class frequently would rather their children went trades than went and spent 8 hours a day learning this stuff that the middle class thought they needed to learn. Instead, go learn to be a carpenter or something, so that when you're 18. And the other thing was, for a long time, that public school only went up to 8th grade. High school was actually added, ironically, as an attempt to stem gang warfare and teenage pregnancy. Yeah. And to keep young adults, as they were thought of at the time, out of the labor pool for longer, because there was a very large generation coming up, and the workers that were currently in the labor pool didn't want to be washed out by cheap young person labor. But yeah, I find the gang warfare and teenage pregnancy thing just so freaking funny. So it's public. Like I really, really applaud the everyone deserves access to basic information that they're going to need. But the history of public school in America, public school, not open to everyone school, which used to be provided heavily by the Jesuits because it's a big thing for them to educate everybody. But the actual you have to go and cops can grab you and take you back there school in America has been really fraught with people telling other people what they need. And, right now we've got a system that's considered college to be the be all and end all of what you're in school for, except that not everyone is suited to college, even if you ignore intellectual capability, just not everyone has the personality. And we need people doing jobs that don't require a college education. We need carpenters and plumbers and electricians. And you don't go to college for that. You go to a trade school or you apprentice.
And telephone sanitizers.
Yes, gotta have the telephone sanitizers.
Otherwise, you all die of a cold. Yeah, gotta love Douglas Adams.
All die of a disease coming from dirty telephones. So, Mike Rowe has a big campaign now to try and get people to go into those. And I had some very weird missed educational opportunities. I actually got an offer. I took a programming course between 7th and 8th grade at Metro over the summer. And my dad, when I was a kid, had the foresight to realize computers were going to be a huge deal. And so he bought a computer, and he bought, in the end, 4 computers. I am the youngest person I know who has ever played with a Trash 80. Then we had a Commodore 64. Then we had another Commodore 64, and then we had a 128, and they kept getting stolen. So after the 128, he just like, screw it, we're not buying any more computers, we're not buying a new TV, just no. So when I took programming, intro to programming in 8th grade, between 7th and 8th grade, most of it was about BASIC, and that's what you used on Commodore, so I already knew it. And so the only thing that I really learned that was new was binary and hex, which I knew were buttons on my calculator. And in order to not screw up and forget to do the assignments, I did them all the entire semester in the first 2 weeks and turned them in so I wouldn't lose them.
Sounds familiar.
And my professor was just like, can I talk to your mom? And I find it kind of galling that my mother doesn't even remember this. And my dad never heard about it. Because the professor told her that basically he could get me a scholarship to Metro right that second, as long as I was willing to major in something that had anything whatsoever to do with computers. And my mom decided I shouldn't because it would stunt my emotional growth. So I got chucked back in with kids that I didn't identify with. And just but the other one was when I was in high school, because my high school was partnered with the trade high school. And I was denied the schedule that would let me spend the other half of my day at the trade school instead of taking electives, because I was too smart for that. So just kind of screwed in all directions by, this is what you're supposed to do, blah blah blah, pull your own age, smart kids go to college, dumb kids go to trade. I have a very dim view of public education in general and the Denver public schools.
Yeah, no, I had kind of similar things with that, and actually I really got pissed off because I moved from one school to another, and I had taken all of my vocational tech classes um, at at my original school, and then when I moved out from Annapolis area to Frederick, they wouldn't accept them. So suddenly I had to take vocational classes again. It's like I already know all this stuff. I've done all of this before. Um, in fact, actually, I was doing this for fun as just like a side thing that I thought was cool for my summer vacations. I went to summer school not because I had to, but because I felt like it.
Nice. When I was in fourth grade, I went to a summer camp that was at Metro, and it was for teaching students to get used to being around kids and like child psychology, people to watch kids and so on. And I remember liking the first half of it, although I kept doing things that were messing with their system. Like I used to like to go and hang out behind the one-way mirror that they had so they could observe us. They didn't like that very much. I don't think they liked that I even registered that that was a thing. Um, but I rebelled halfway through because they brought my science teacher from the previous year, who I didn't like, in, and the first thing she started wanting to do with us was the exact same activity that she had started the school year. And I was just like, nope, not taking science for a second time. Nope, go away.
Hmm.
Which was weird because I like science. I just hated her because she was very pedantic. And she didn't want to introduce me to the wonder of, like, the first project was making a potato block, which is interesting, and she managed to make it incredibly boring.
Hmm.
So it's weird because this is the same kid that would read the encyclopedia for fun. So it's not like I was averse to learning. And it sounds like you're definitely not, but being forced to do the same thing over again does not sit well. I have no idea how we ended up on this. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. This is actually a more pleasant topic we ended off from.
Well, actually, I think about an hour or two ago we were talking about how you need to get to sleep because you had a game coming up.
Yeah, unfortunately, my body doesn't necessarily agree with that as a activity choice.
Oh no.
I should be getting up, but well, my sleep pattern's been rotating hard the last like 3 or 4 days.
Hmm.
So I'm getting about 6 hours of shift every night, which is not convenient.
I would
But
imagine not.
when I went to bed night before last, I guess it counts as now, I was just deceased. I had to quit running errands early and come home and just fall over. Because my body did not approve of any life choice I had made up to that point.
You know that feeling. I'm actually getting to a point where I'm actually feeling kind of tired. It's really odd because like I used to work night shift and I used to be able to actually rotate my schedule where during the weekdays I would be asleep during the hours most people were at work, and then on the weekends I'd be able to flip it and be awake during the day.
Yeah.
And like I
Unfortunately,
can't seem to do
age
that anymore.
screws with that. Yeah, from what I've heard, you lose the ability to do that somewhere around mid 30s.
Oh crap.
Your body decides that okay, you're the interesting thing about human biology in general is that until we got much better access to nutrition and medical care and so on, we usually didn't live a whole lot beyond breeding age.
True.
So, 40 or 50, and that was pretty much it. So, you reach 30 something, and you're one of the sort of elder adults of the village, tribe, whatever, and you're more likely to shift to jobs that don't involve quite so much staying up until 3 in the morning.
Very true.
I found I I found that I watch the, incredible thus and such on 10 top 10 weirdest or whatever YouTube videos for a completely different reason than most people do. I do it because if I just look through the normal um, offerings and so on, I'm not really finding anything new anymore. Like I'll occasionally find new music or something, but I have been seeking out the interesting and weird for so long that it's getting hard to find. And I ran across one, and then once I find one, I go and look it up and actually research. And I found one. There was a spelunker who ran an experiment for 6 years. He lived in a bunker that there was no light. There was perfectly even temperature in the room, and he just let his body do whatever it was going to do. And he found that he could stay up for about 34 hours and to sleep 12, which I find interesting because it is suspiciously similar to my sleep pattern when I'm not trying to conform to normal life. And then he ran a similar experiment with about a dozen people in a cave for 2 years with the same result. So I find that interesting because most of the experiments that I've heard about it don't go for no light, they go for even low light, so twilight essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And those find that people end up around 25 hours for their full cycle, if they're healthy. So I find it interesting that if you take away all the light cues, people stretch out even further.
Well, I guess the question becomes: is it actively the light cue that's doing it, or is it potentially that the body kind of shuts off a system that it's not necessarily using after a while?
I don't know. He didn't have any loss of sight because he did have sources of light that he could turn on, very very dim ones, so that he could see what he was doing.
Right. Okay.
But there wasn't any external source at all. It was just purely him controlling it, and he was trying to use it as little as possible.
I guess that was actually my next question: was there a light source that they were able to control? And what happens when you actually give those people here's this light source? Obviously, it's very dim, but use it whenever you feel. And do they settle into a different schedule?
I don't know. Every experiment that I've heard about it that's trying to poke at light cues sets the lights. They're trying to control for light cues, basically. So they set the light at some arbitrary level, whether it's practically none, or most of the ones that I've seen that are run in laboratories run for maybe 6 months to a year, and they set them at enough light that you can see what you're doing, but not enough that it's bothersome to close your eyes to sleep. And with those, it's a pretty well accepted fact that a healthy human's default biological clock is set to about 25 hours, and then it corrects to whatever the actual day is because of light cues. But I find it interesting that this guy got a vastly different result. And that was with doing his best to not use light unless he actually needed it for a task. And some of it might have been, maybe he wasn't doing anything very interesting. They don't talk a lot about how he spent his time.
Hmm. Like, for all we know, I mean, that 34 hours could have been, yep, I completed a book.
Yeah. So, or it could have been, he's spelunking madly, when he was in the cave. I don't know. I don't get the impression there was a hell of a lot of physical activity, but he wasn't. He did this for long enough. He would have been just, a little pile of ooze if he hadn't gotten some exercise. God damn, keep clicking on the wrong thing. Sending Yuki his box finally. One of my problems is when I get tired but not sleepy, my brain keeps me seeking
Stimuli.
like, it's like, okay, watch YouTube videos for 4 more hours. And the problem is, I may only be an hour away from being sleepy, but watching YouTube videos will keep me awake for 3 more. He's been somewhat bouncy, having subscriber emotes.
Oh, Hibiki.
Yeah, I get the impression that he had not had enough interaction before this to connect. This is how Quinn acts when she's enthusiastic about something. This is how Quinn acts when a friend wants help with something. And this is what happens when those two intersect. Because he's a good streamer. He's a friend of mine, albeit kind of a acquaintance level friend. As in, I started watching his stream, but he is in my friend circle, so therefore, I have a computer. I'm on right now. Yes, I will do it. Those two tend to synergize. Both together.
What? Yeah, I don't think he necessarily knows how to read people all the time, and people that come off different are always kind of a surprise to him, I think. But yeah, no, I love Hibiki. He is a really good guy. Has been extremely helpful and supportive, and done everything that he possibly can for me, which I've found to be amazing. So I really appreciate his friendship, and it really makes me happy when he has more meaningful friendships come along where it's mutually beneficial on all sides. Um, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh no, makes perfect sense. I think I'm I'm always a little bit surprised when I tell people I can do something and they're like, "Oh, okay," because I got kind of sort of a prove it attitude a lot when I was a kid. And so when I was like, "Hey, I do design work," and he was like, "Cool, will you make me this?" And I'm like, "Do you want to see some of my stuff first so you can confirm you like it?" And I
Well,
showed him and he did, so it wasn't like, "Oh God, sorry, I take it back," but it was just kind of okay, wow.
well, and like for honestly, I feel like for our generation, it was also kind of the, you know, children don't know anything, and oh, that's cute. You think you know something, okay, someday you will, but you don't yet. And it's like, no, I really do. No, you don't. And I think that our generation, having had that exposure, has grown up a lot more open minded to the idea of, oh, you say you can do this? Okay, that's great. What can I do to encourage this?
Yeah, I actually remember when my dad started acting like I knew things. And it was one very major event. Because I was maybe 25, 26, somewhere in there. And he had thrown out his back, shoveling snow
Hmm.
at his apartment building like an idiot. My dad is built like me, only about 3 inches taller, so not exactly the burliest person on the planet. And he had thrown out his back, and he was a textbook case of analgesic overdose. He was an older guy, very old guy at the time, um, who was coming in and complaining of pain. He wasn't complaining of anything else. He was complaining that his back hurt. And when asked, he said he'd been taking aspirin for it and it hadn't been helping. And all he wanted was something to make his back stop hurting. He went to the ER. He told them this. My dad... I'm not trying to be uncharitable, but my dad looked like the kind of guy that you kind of expected to eventually be hearing his neighbors say, he was a quiet guy, kept to himself. He had that kind of creepy-ish look. He wasn't creepy in any way, but he had the facial features.
What we've stereotypically associated with.
Yeah, he had the Coke bottle bottom glasses and the slightly wasted face and the real thin, very precisely combed hair, and yeah. And the ER doc, based on the questions my dad was telling me, like, I found out about this. Dad was done and was waiting to get his prescriptions, and I happened to give him a ride home because at the time I didn't. And so we're sitting there in the pharmacy, and he's telling me about his visit to the ER. He talks about how the doctor didn't seem to take his back pain seriously. He asked him a bunch of weird questions. And I was like, wait, what weird questions? Like, well, he asked me, like, I kept telling him that everything I ate turned to acid in my stomach, and I wanted to get some crackers or something because I'd been there for a while. And I hadn't had anything to eat, and he wouldn't, like, order me a sandwich or anything. And the doctor was asking him questions like, do you hear voices coming from your TV? I don't think my dad's smart-ass response really helped that, because I am the apple that didn't fall far from the tree. My dad's response was, well, only the advertisements. Of course. Well, what Dad was telling him was that the voices in his TV sounded tinny, like there was something wrong with his hearing. And what the guy heard was, I hear voices in my TV. So he asked him if the voices told him to do anything. He's like, well, only the advertisements. That's kind of why they're called advertisements. And so based on the questions that the ER doc had asked, I figured out what had happened, which was the doctor had pegged my dad as an old druggie who was trying to get free pain meds so he could get high and a free meal. And so he had blown off my dad's back pain. He had said that the reason his back hurt was because of coughing, because my dad had really severe COPD from smoking, which completely ignored the I know how I hurt my back thing. And that he, here's a new inhaler prescription, follow up with your doctor in 4 to 6 weeks. And I was like, that makes no damn sense. And he thought you were drug seeking, and this is not cool. And so I dragged my dad back to the ER and demanded to talk to the doctor who was off shift, or at least they told me he was off shift. And I wanted to talk to the patient advocate, and when I found out he wasn't there anymore, it was like, okay, I can't really challenge him, so fuck it. I still want my dad to get seen by somebody who doesn't think he's drug seeking, and he wasn't going to keel over in the next 5 seconds, so I took him to urgent care. And in urgent care, we went in, and we sat down, and the nurse asked, why are you here? My back hurts. What are you taking for that? Aspirin. How much have you taken? And my dad pulls out one of those bottles that has like 500 in it and says this was new on Monday. And it was maybe a fifth full.
Ah!
And I went white, and the nurse went white, and she said, excuse me, and left. And I'm like, Dad, you do know what the dosage on that is, right? And he's like, well, yeah, but I figured if it didn't work, I'd just take more. The stereotypical way, the two things that happen are either they don't understand why you don't take more, or they lose track of it once you've gotten to a certain stage with an aspirin overdose, you get kind of loopy. And I've learned from experience from dealing with people that if you're loopy and you're in pain, you will just keep taking meds to try and make it better. So it turns out what she had left for was to order an EKG to see if his heart was still okay. They did a blood test. On the scale that they were using, the treatment range for aspirin is in the teens. Dad was at 115. I don't know if that's parts per million or what, but on that scale, he was
Off the chart.
Yeah, just hideously off the charts. So then they scooted him back to the ER, and around that time he started hallucinating. That was fun. And he went to the bathroom and couldn't figure out how to work the hospital gown, so he had the neck of the hospital gown over his chest. You know, he was definitely showing signs of not being well. And his blood ox was starting to go down, which I found out is a very bad thing, because one of the dangers with aspirin is it's a blood thinner, and if you thin your blood too much, it starts oozing into your lungs.
Hmm.
Right. So he ended up spending 4 days in the hospital and was on oxygen for the rest of his life. That was the day that he started treating me like an adult that might actually know things, because that was the day that if I had not overruled him and made him go back and get checked out, he would have kept taking aspirin and he probably would have died. But that's what it took. Just me saving him from very likely death. To get him to actually register that, wait a minute, she knows stuff. So sorry, that was a very long anecdote, but just the scale of what it took.
Right. Yeah, no, for me it's always been going with my parents to various different things, doctor's appointments and whatnot, and ending up talking about things. And like my mom has always been very big on, no, Keith, you were extremely intelligent. You have always been extremely intelligent. I have been surprised by some of the conversations that we've had. And it's not like you're reiterating things that you've heard. It's you've comprehended, you have a thought and an opinion on it, and they're very well thought out thoughts and opinions on the things that you're usually talking about. And that had always really surprised her. Now, for my dad, I think I got sort of a different kind of point of view on things, because he kind of was hands off for a lot of my life. And part of that was busy and work and, wanting to take it easy and relax and do things when he got home that he wanted to do. And I certainly understand that. I definitely run into those days myself now.
Yeah.
But I feel like he got to deal with me on the disciplinary side of things, and as the disciplinary actions that come from someone who is very much the super logic and reason, and the emotions weren't anger, the emotions weren't negative in that manner. The emotions were disappointment, disapproval. I want to think I remember one of the quotes as being, "I'm honestly surprised that my son could do something so incredibly stupid." And like that doesn't sound like something that's necessarily overarching, well, this is going to have an impact, but for myself, I mean, that was like proving that you were stupid to my father was like the worst thing in the world. So I'm really disappointed in you, and I'm really surprised you could make such a dumb decision. We just talked through this, and we understand what the logical, proper decision should have been, but for whatever reason, this got overridden by something, and I don't understand what that is, and the only thing I can think of for it is stupidity. It's kind of one of those things of, I got nothing. So I'm gonna sit here and think about how stupid I've been. I've got nothing. But yeah, I mean, again, that was some of the dynamic of how I was raised. Though, is that mom was very much the emotional side of things, and would get upset and riled and screaming and shouting, and I can't believe you're doing this, and blah blah blah. And there would be the points where she would be so upset, she'd just be sitting there shaking, going, "Your father will talk to you when he gets home.
Oh, jeez.
For now, you can go to your room, or go off to my room and wait for the 'I'm disappointed in you' speech," which I knew was coming, and I knew what it was going to be, and I generally would start thinking about the answers and go, okay, well, I want to start thinking about this now. Because if I don't start thinking about this now, it's just going to be slaughter when Dad gets in the door.
That was one interesting thing for me because my parents, I had the impression when I was younger that they were barely together at all. I found out since then they were together for about 2 years. But literally, by the time my mom knew she was pregnant, they had been broken up. So they were not together for any portion of my life. And if I saw them both together in the same place, it meant I was in horrendous trouble.
So what happened on graduation day?
Um,
How dare you get your GED? No.
No, I didn't actually have one. They just mailed me my diploma.
Oh,
Yeah, it was just like, here, congratulations. It was very, very low key. Because remember, graduating class, 4 people.
true.
So my parents couldn't stand each other, and so I never saw them in the same place at the same time. And I had this very odd dynamic because my mom's on the autism spectrum, and we didn't know it at the time. So I knew there was something weird about how she thought. That sometimes she would do, 2 plus 2 equals purple, and I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on there. Which made her very weird and scary because I couldn't predict what was going to happen. It was, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, all hell has broken loose. And then there was my dad, who, depending on whether he'd been drinking or not, was either this funky bohemian guy that I really got along with well, or this just yelling asshole that was doing his best to get a rise out of me. And I did at least manage to compartmentalize that, and it wasn't like I don't believe that's my dad or any of the things that really little kids sometimes come up with. It was, okay, somehow these are both my dad, but they're not overlapping. And I don't know what that is. And I didn't find out until I was considerably older when he decided it was time that he could tell me about his misspent youth. That it clicked for me of, Dad, do you remember screaming at me? And it turns out he didn't. He had been blacked out. And it was what made me realize it was he was telling me a story about how when he was like 20, he had blacked out, woken up with his face all messed up, and had to ask his friends what happened. And they told him that while he was drunk, he had gone up and started mouthing off to the big sky in the bar. And it finally clicked to me of, wait a minute, my dad drinks until he blacks out. Dad? Do you remember screaming at me until 3 in the morning? And it turns out he didn't. And the horror in his voice when I told him did a lot to heal the what the fuck factor that was in our relationship, because he, as his daytime self, who wasn't drunk, had thought I was acting really weird because I was acting scared of him. And he didn't remember any reason why I would be. And I didn't understand why he was so different during the day and why he never made any reference to the night before or anything like that. So
right. So
kinda,
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of deal.
Yeah, that's actually, they think that might be exactly what Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is people who black out. And so I essentially had them, and then I had my grandmother, who was 72 when I was born, and was having microstrokes, so she was gradually losing her mind. And these were my authority figures.
Hmm.
So, what I got trained, and my dad, even when he was daytime dad, wasn't really the authority figure type. Bohemians do not make good they tend to be much more laissez-faire and just kind of up. But he was trying really, really hard to be suburban dad. And so he was what little kids want is clear boundaries. This I'm allowed to do, this I'm not allowed to do, this is what happens if I don't, if I break these rules. And I don't think most 5 or 6 or 7-year-olds can actually express that. I used to chew him out for not doing it.
Hmm.
When I was 7, I had already started a list of what good parenting looked like, and it wasn't the usual 7-year-old idea of ice cream in the morning and no bedtime and all that. It was like, make it clear what I'm supposed to do, make it clear what's going to happen if I don't, and then hold to it. And if I ask questions, either tell me the truth or tell me you don't have time to answer me. And like, this is what I was coming up with when I was 7, because it wasn't happening. And one of the reasons I'm so unable to put up with bullshit, and one of the reasons I'm so good at picking things apart when people are using invalid logic, is because I essentially got unintentional training on that from my dad.
Hmm.
So the concept of I'm an authority figure, I know what I'm doing, just doesn't really exist in my brain. Which I have found interesting, because historically, people who are older than me think I'm disrespectful. People that are younger than me think I'm awesome, because I treat everybody with the same base level of respect. It can go up or down depending on how you act, but everybody gets the same basic level. And older people think they're entitled to more. Younger people are used to being disrespected. So it's a very distinct break of who thinks I'm awesome and who thinks I'm really rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been watching a bunch of stuff about millennials and Generation Xers and so on, and some of it's very interesting, some of it makes the point that pretty much every generation is the worst generation ever around the time that they're the teenagers. But I've seen some interesting stuff. Interestingly, one of the best ones was actually written in like 1920, and it was a guy writing about how generations work and the fact that it's a combination of shared experience and shared mindset. So you can have two people who are the same generation, born in the same time period, but they have completely different experiences because like they're from completely different countries. And you can have people who are technically in the same generation and the same place, but who have completely different outlooks. And one of the things that he brings up is that whatever people hate the most about a generation when they're the teenagers tends to become whatever their greatest strength is. And not in the sense of, this is all they can come up with, but in the sense that, like, Xers, what they used to say, I'm right on the edge between Xers and millennials, but I definitely fall much more in the Xer mindset. What they used to say about us was that we didn't take direction well, and we weren't good at playing along with how things have always been done. And we are unmotivated. What it turns out to be is that we had to do so much stuff on our own that it's not that we can't play along, it's that we don't always see the value of, okay, this is how things have been done for however long, let's do it that way, instead of actually thinking about it and deciding how we want to do it. And so now I'm seeing articles about how Generation Xers make great managers because they don't treat subordinates badly. They are good at taking input from a bunch of different directions and then synergizing it into something useful. And they won't do dumb shit just because they've been told to.
Right. Well, and I feel like Gen X sort of ended up becoming sort of like the managerial and evolver kind of methodology, if that makes sense. And I feel like the millennials are now the resultant of that push. They're a bit more of the, okay, well, let's just question everything and make sure that we're doing it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that is so extreme compared to what people are used to from before Gen X that it seems completely radical and out of the box. And why in the world would you do that?
Yeah. And the Xers are going, sure.
Yeah, sure, that works, I guess. Kind of like how actually having apparently companies and brands and stuff like that are finding that having a cause that you are supporting is once again becoming a huge valid thing. Um, Especially with the millennial crowd presently, it seems that millennials presently, it doesn't matter if they're the most uncomfortable shoes in the world. If you're putting shoes on children in another country, and possibly even the same shoes that those people are buying, you buy a pair of shoes here, they'll buy a pair of shoes for them over there. That's a cause, and kids walking around in shoes like it. Cool.
Yeah.
I will support that.
Yeah, and one thing, I actually saw an entire TED talk about how the people that hate the entitled bratty millennials the most are the non-bratty entitled millennials. Because everybody else is just trying to get shit done.
Right.
And there's this one sort of relatively narrow but extremely vocal minority who have become the defining millennials, and everybody else is just kind of looking at them like, God damn it.
I'll say that's actually kind of one of my things though, is that I don't feel like I've come across too many millennials that I necessarily felt were entitled or bratty. It could just be that I automatically sort and weed out through people and say, okay, I'm just not going to associate with you because I don't like you. I don't necessarily associate with that being a millennial. I associate that with being character traits of these are people I don't necessarily get along with or want to bother trying to get along with.
I haven't personally, but I have. My thing on any debate is I have to understand both sides of it before I can decide. So one of the things that I do is I get a lot of the anti-SJW from Jack, so I end up reading a lot of SJW stuff. And so I've gotten to read a lot of stuff written by the defining, we want to control everything and we don't want to have to listen millennial. And not all of them are SJWs, but they pretty much, it's all one of two groups. It's either SJWs or really, really rabid, not listening anti-SJWs, the alt-right. And in both cases, it's mostly middle class, fairly well off themselves, so they don't really need to work for money, either at the moment or possibly ever, because while their parents can't keep them in the lap of luxury, they can at least take care of them. And in some cases, very well off, as in, yeah, this person is never going to work. And it's like they have gotten the whole you're supposed to go out and change the world thing. They haven't personally experienced enough hardship to know what to change based on that. And because there's been a progression. The same age group that was sitting in colleges in the 60s and 70s, they intentionally went into academia so that they could take it over. And so those professors, I actually had an art professor who literally thought that a liberal arts education was meant to teach you to be a liberal.
Hmm.
Just totally no irony whatsoever. She thought that was what the point of it was. And so when you get these people who feel like they're supposed to change the world, because that is a very strong thing with millennials in general, is they feel like we should overhaul this bitch. But they don't know what to do, and instead of finding out about, Doctors Without Borders or something, they end up in college because their parents want what's best for them. They think a college education is what's best for them. And then they get told that, every white person is racist, every cis person is transphobic, every straight person is homophobic, and they latch onto that. Or they get taught that, white people, working people are disadvantaged and being trodden down upon, and they latch onto that. And then those become the defining millennials because they're very vocal.
Right.
And I find that really sad because I can totally see how the willingness to really put yourself out there and work to be the change that you want to see in the world is the strength of the millennials. But the fact that a good chunk of it is being diverted into just nothing.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's take this energy and let's channel it. Let's aim it at the things that need the overhaul. And obviously in politics we're getting there. I think that the millennials are going to end up being a more political generation than what we've had in the past.
Yeah.
I don't think that what happened with Bernie is going to be something that necessarily defeats them. If anything, I think they're going to take the lessons learned from that and basically work to take it over.
Yeah. I actually will be unsurprised if we have another shift like the Whigs, where one or both of the major parties breaks down, not necessarily as far as it did then to actually change names, but breaks down and reforms in a different configuration. Because what we have right now is just not acceptable to so many people. The fact that filibusters have become standard operating procedure. You can no longer get most laws through the Senate with a standard vote. You have to be prepared to overcome a filibuster for anything. Because reasons. The fact that the DNC sabotaged Bernie rather than following their own damn rules, which are already squirrely as hell. Not really okay. Any number of BS scandals on the Republican side. And the fact that the Republicans are joining the Democrats on the big government side, which means there is no major party that is minarchist at this point. There's no balance there. I will be... It's not to the point where I can see it and it's going to happen. But it is to the point where if it does happen, I will not be at all surprised. I'm actually hoping somebody breaks apart and comes back together as a minarchist party, because we do need one or the other one to be a keep people out of people's business, keep the government out of people's business party. We need one of them to do that. Otherwise, we just are on our way to totalitarianism, because every party will vote in more power when they're in charge, with no apparent cognizance of they won't always be in charge. I have been absolutely horrified at my mom's various statements about the government taking on more and more and more power and more authority. She really, during Obama, seemed to think that it was like the Democrats were going to be the party forever. so it was fine as long as it was them. Like our system isn't designed that way.
Yeah, no, and the people that are thinking that way, I mean, again, it's that balance. We need to swing and pendulum back and forth presently with the system the way that it is. I don't think that the millennials are going to stand for it, honestly.
Yeah.
Like
Unfortunately.
there's a lot of old mentality and whatnot. Like I kind of feel a little bit like the Trump situation presently. This isn't blaming on older generations, but I feel like this is kind of the trying to reassert over a quote unquote millennial uprise.
I think it's mostly yes, but largely because of the thing I said before about the identitarian, the identity politics. Millennials are the ones that have sort of defined what millennials are, even though that's not actually what they are as a mass. So if you see this entire generation as being SJWs, or to a smaller extent, anti-SJWs, yeah, I can see how that would be scary. But the Trump push was the young people, you know, are calling everybody who is white and everybody who is straight and everybody who is cis a bigot. And no, this is not okay. But I don't know. As soon as I knew who we were actually going to be voting for, there was no good outcome in this last election. Now I'm just sort of trying to keep my head down and hoping that this does actually turn out to be the shakeup that we need, and that we don't need another one.
Yeah, if we need a stronger shakeup than this, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Yeah. And as some of my skeptic anti-SJW YouTubers are pointing out, is we literally are at the stage now where we have neo-Nazis in very small numbers and communists fighting in the streets. A lot of Antifa are openly communists. And so some of the clashes between Antifa and the people do that are literally Nazis versus communists. And most of the people doesn't seem to think that that's a big deal. Although from what I'm finding out, most people are only hearing about one side of it. Like, you either hear about the guy that was harassing Arab women in the bus, or you hear about the guy that was attacking people with bike blocks. You don't hear about both.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!
Did you hear about the guy that was attacking people with bike blocks?
I did not.
At the Berkeley riots, one of the SJW side was a professor who was going around with the heavy metal kind of bike lock, smacking people over the head as hard as he could. It was investigated as attempted homicide.
I wouldn't blame them. That's kind of not okay. Oh god. Oh god, he's gonna die. He's totally gonna die. Oh nope. Oh god. Just getting these huge waves of damage on the freaking tank. What the hell is that? You're a gladiator. You should have an evened out damage stream. What's going on there? Sorry, running an instance. So I'm the healer. So I'm like sitting here watching this guy. I'm like, why are you dying? You should not be dying this badly.
No dying allowed. Yeah, so my mom totally hadn't heard about that. Because that's getting almost no play in the liberal side of things. And then that gets played up very heavily on the right wing nut side of things. But the guys that are actually doing bigoted crap get to make little play. So I have been intentionally cultivating journalists that don't that state what their position is and what they consider their job to be, and their position is basically centrist, and what they consider their job to be is to present unbiased reporting of whatever's happening. But I'm having to search. Why is this not delivering fast? I seriously gonna have to log in every time. It occurs to me while I'm on.
This guy's armor is just melting.
Is the enemy doing more damage than expected, or does this person have crappy armor?
I'm not sure which it is, but like if I don't keep focused on the tank healing them, I'm
You're gonna lose the team quick.
yeah. Like I've been used to being able to throw like a little bit of damage out here and there, but not happening right now.
Huh.
Oh god, another spike, and I can't heal it. Come on. Ah, Gear 2, go! Alright, he's alive.
Yay!
Get some
I
more.
know you probably won't get cheers in the game for healing. I always cheer healers.
Actually, at the end of every instance, there's the player commendation for people that are not in your party, and I am out of mana.
Oh jeez. So let's see.
Oh my god.
Which server set did you say?
Oh god.
I don't think I've heard anybody physically strain for game healing before.
Hey, yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna put that on my bar now. Oh, and thank you, Mr. Tank, for charging ahead and not waiting for my mana. That's always good. Oh, it came up a good amount anyway. This is the first tank that I've actually run out of mana for.
So you're on Ether, right?
This server is the in the Chaos server group and is the Omega server.
Okay.
Now, I play primarily on a different server. This is just for what I'm streaming while speed leveling.
Got it.
Because there's a 2x bonus right now on all experience gain up until 60 on every class that you play.
Oh, nice.
And then on top of that, once you hit 30, you get 1,000,000 gil.
Damn.
So they have they have some really major leveling incentives for making a character on a new server. I should say making a new character on a new server. Now, these are there's Omega and there's Louis Suave. Both of them are European servers that have this going on right now.
See, on Chaos Phoenix is the one that would appeal to me by name, but partly because cool critter, partly because it's usually my favorite summon. I don't know a Louis.
Louis Suave is actually a reference to a character who was in the 1.0 version of the game. He's referenced a lot throughout the game's history as you continue to play. People will talk about Louis Suave and whatnot, as he was the elf that was actually helping, or actually I should say the Elzen, that was helping with getting everything done and pushing people towards working to save the world.
Oh, nice. I can see how that would get him to up.
So, well, and the thing is that you have the quote-unquote Warriors of Light, which have now been blanked from everyone's memory, but everyone remembers Louis Suave. So I thought that was kind of a funny thing to have in there, is that every time we try to look back on the people that saved our lives, except for Louis Suave, they're just a shadow against a silhouette or against a bright flash that we can't understand. But this Louis Suave guy, he was there and he was helpful.
So he was probably the just mid-level official that was cleaning up after you guys did all the heavy lifting or something?
No. We've actually got videos where you actually get to see his death.
Oh, okay.
So he died in the exact same thing that blanked everyone's memory, which is kind of a odd point of contention for me, but in all honesty, you know what? I'm the hero. I'm a warrior of light. Screw all the rest of you. But as you play through the game, you realize that all the players in the game are warriors of light.
Yeah.
And it's fine. It works. They do a really good job of actually making sure that when you're doing the main scenario quests, that you're doing it and they're making it very emphasized. This is all about you. This is what you're doing. This is your story. And you go in and you kill the primals, and you go in and you kill the big bad, and you go in and take care of all these things, as opposed to you fight there and then in comes this NPC that just takes the kill for you. Like, I really hate saying that, but I really feel like World of Warcraft has become the kill still MMO. It's my epic story up to the point where an NPC shows up on screen, then it's the NPC story and I happen to help get him there. And, like, don't get me wrong, Final Fantasy has stories for the NPCs. I mean, you get really attached to these people that you're running around with. Like, I've been doing quests at the 45 to 50 range in the main scenario quests I absolutely love, that are dealing with things like, what do you do when you want to be more help to your friends, but the way that you perceive that you're able to help them is not really what's accurate. There are things that you do that are so horribly vital that you downplay them because you don't think that they're as vital as they actually are.
Interesting.
So, like, there's a character who has been very much sort of a clerk for the company and all that, and they just continue to be like, I feel like I should be able to defend myself. I feel like I should be able to go out into the world and help out, and you guys go off and do all these great things and have all these tales and stories, and I just greet people at the desk. And I don't like that.
Oh, I think I saw a cutscene with that character when Hibiki was streaming.
He should have been past it, so I'd be surprised. Oh wait, no, they might have brought her back, which would make me happy. Personally, I like a story more along the lines of, it may just be that this is not your thing. And they've done a really good job of making her, like, constantly try over and over and over again, which I really like. So I've seen her, like, make 2 attempts, one time as a miner and then another time as an arcanist. And it's a really cool story. It's really engaging. I like it. But in both things, she's been a failure at it so far in her eyes. And what I feel is she gives up too quickly from what I perceive.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She sees, the Warrior of Light doing it so.
Right. Well, and that's another thing that they kind of bring a theme on is that, okay, well, here's this Warrior of Light. Well, I'm this big badass in the region, and everyone knows my name. We're going to have a duel. And you go and you have that duel, and they're like, okay, I'd expect no less from the Warrior of Light. And it's like, yeah, I knew I was going to get my ass thrashed. Well, that is actually an upgrade to the pants. Gonna get a pants upgrade. Oop. Path is over this way. This is such a weird dungeon. It's like I'm going around someone's village and taking care of issues for them. Like this feels like the Monkey Island from Alliance, but with these goblins. All right, so I'm gonna spread out from you.
You can help us deal with this.
Give you eye for an eye for a bit and make my healing easier. Or maybe that's it. I just need to use eye for an eye more. And now cue the Benny Hill theme song, because oh my god, they're running in circles. Okay, he's got aggro on both now. I kind of wish I had saved eye for an eye for this moment.
I find it interesting that so many of the YouTube channels that I pay attention to have Discord now as a way of socializing.
Well, I mean, the idea of just like sitting there and chilling on Discord and talking while you're doing stuff, it honestly, it really makes it a lot more fun because you just sit here and socialize and oh god, man, almost completely out. All right, new gear. That's always good. And they've run off ahead while I've got almost no mana. Where are they going? Okay, there's a tunnel this way. Guys, wait for me!
Had a kind of interesting interaction in GS's channel. There weren't very many people in there, and I don't remember how we got on it, but he was asking if anybody knew FLCL,
Hmm.
and like yes, and the other person that was in there that was actually chatting said, I read DC comics, I watch DC movies. And I'm like, and he's like, don't judge me, and I'm like, I'm fine with DC. Sandman's DC. And they're like, no, Sandman is Marvel, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure DC. And then they started talking about Spider-Man, and I'm like, oh yeah, minor Spider-Man villain. No, that's not who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking Neil Gaiman.
Yeah. And so neither of them had ever even heard
Uh,
The Endless.
uh, like I haven't read them or anything, but I know of them.
Yeah. So and so the guy GS um, Googled it and went, he's actually really badass looking. Like, yes, he is one of the underlying forces in the universe personified, and he is awesome. And even more interestingly, he's not the same character he was when they started the series, but he is still Dream. And they kept the naming scheme going.
Hmm.
Because all of the Endless that we have that we know what their given name is, it starts with M. There's Mort, Death, Morpheus, Dream, a couple of others that I don't remember offhand. And then they have their what they are, which is all D names: Dream, Dream, Death, Delirium, Destiny, Destruction, Desire, Despair. And Morpheus did something that pissed off the Fates so much that he had to die. And there had been this long, meandering plot line involving a woman who somehow managed to get from the real world into the dreaming. And while she was there, she had a husband and a child. And so the child was born of mortal woman, but was also born of the dreaming. So when Morpheus had to go pay the piper with the Fates, Michael, that son, became Dream.
Hmm.
So it still starts with M. I'm really curious what some of the other ones are, because knowing Neil Gaiman, he has named all of them. They all have M names. And I just don't know what all the names would be. But I found it very cool that this weird, what seemed like an odd, like they focused on it suspiciously often, but it seemed like sort of a weird side plot, turned out to be the backstory for the next iteration of Dream.
Oh shit.
And the only reason I can remember that they're DC and not Marvel is because the first major plot line was there was this guy who had been attempting to capture Death so that he could have control over her and not die, and instead he got his incantation slightly wrong and captured Dream by accident and kept him there for like 60 years or something. And supposedly this is part of why the world has been going so insane, is because our dreams have been fading and going wrong because the person who was supposed to be keeping them in order wasn't. And eventually somebody smudges the chalk line that's keeping him in, and he first deals with the guy who has been keeping him captive this whole time, and then he has to go and get some of his equipment that has been sort of dispersed, and one of his items of power had ended up in the Justice League, which in the meantime has been disbanded. So he actually goes to Martian Manhunter's home to go pick it up. And I know Martian Manhunter is DC, so that helps me remember which the Endless are. And by connection, Constantine, books of dawn. My weird response to light cues is kicking in. So I am actually sleepy now.
All right.
There is totally a reason why I don't associate so much with bats.
Well, take care. Have a good night, and I will catch you later.
Okay. Good luck on your further speed leveling or sleep, whichever you go for.
All right. I think after this, I might just take a short break and grab something to eat. Ah, crap. that moment when your controller stops working. shit. Of course, I'm not seeing it soon on my bar. And of course, he's getting out of my range. Stop going out of my range. All right. We're going to take a break real quick, grab a drink and some food. So I will be right back. 5 minutes max, hopefully. See you in a few. See you in a mew. All right. Let's see how this looks. Hmm. Alright, I guess I can play with this later. I am the talking head of strangeness. Okay, let's stop messing around with that. Let's get back into it. Sure, I want to remove the chroma key. Okay. So that just confirms that piece of knowledge. Oh, hey! that that was looking kind of trippy there. So yeah, obviously I've got a screen behind me now. I'm looking at the idea of trying to do the whole green screening effect, but I don't have the right color behind me, nor do I have a consistent color. So it's looking kind of trippy at the moment. But welcome to the stream. I'm actually still working on speed leveling. I've been up since about 2:30 this morning due to screwy things with work. So let's get right back into it. Here, I just finished doing this. Yeah, it's been kind of a crazy couple of days. I worked from 9 a.m. Thursday through to 5 a.m. Friday, and then Friday morning, after getting about 4.5 hours of sleep, got called back into work at 10:50 or at 10:30. Um, so was a bit of a crazy stretch there. So I got home at 5 p.m. yesterday, passed out, and woke up at 2:30. I'm like, what am I gonna do? Well, I have been meaning to do that speed leveling thing. Not that this is overly speed leveling as I'm staring at the screen and going, ooh, shiny. But I'd like to think it's getting interesting. Oh, I can save time. So I am a systems administrator. Presently, what that means is I have worked internal help desk at my company for so long that I know the majority of the systems there and can assist people with them as needed. As of late, they've recently added SharePoint to that repertoire, and so I've been working on actually working as a SharePoint administrator as well. So presently, it's really just a matter of helping people with the internal systems and making sure that they're working properly for them. The major project that actually pulled me in is actually working with a bunch of Polycoms, which is our video conferencing equipment. So that's high definition video for that and whatnot, and very specific equipment for it. We're working on doing a refresh presently, so we're ordering a whole bunch of equipment. And I haven't been to Wineport yet. Is there any quick and easy way over to... oh, okay. I've got to sail over and then... well, that's fun. But yeah, I effectively started off as internal help desk. And moved up from there. Now, there would be a point in time that I would not mind having the ability to state, what do I do for a living? I stream! But I don't think I'm going to quite make that just yet. I think there's I need to work on myself, I need to work on presentation, I need to work on making sure that the content is relevant and the people enjoy it. Like, I used to actually have a stream where I was beating the main story quest and actually following along with that and making sure to be quiet during cutscenes and, you know, giving time to actually read the quest and everything. And it was just kind of slow. And it didn't really seem to draw anyone's attention, so I kind of stopped doing that. I had thought about the idea of actually streaming all the way from 1 to endgame at 70 doing the main story quests, but that that started to become daunting after a while. And I have a weird thing where I like to actually link my characters to other people. So like when I'm playing an MMO, I want to play socially. So I want to group up. I want to have a static party. And Final Fantasy has a weird thing with their main scenario quests where you have to keep breaking up the party in order to take care of certain parts of the quest. And that ends up to me feeling kind of disjointed and kind of hinders the leveling experience. I mean, if you're like willing to sit down like it's a D&D group and play all at the same time and have a consistent schedule on that, that works great. But as soon as you start running into people not being able to make it, not having time, having other things come up, that starts hindering on it, and people start to have issues with a game not going anywhere. Oh wow, I'm in the 40s range already. Holy crap, I've almost made it to level 40 in 4 hours. Okay, so 5 levels in 4 hours. That's not too bad, I don't think. Another unlocked quest, so we'll hide that. But yeah, so should you desire or should you like to, I do actually have Moobot running. So if you wanted to uh, request songs, by all means, feel free to. You can do an exclamation point SR space and then a link to a music video or whatever on YouTube of something you would like to listen to, and that'll go ahead and queue it up on the stream. Otherwise, it's going to keep going through the list that I have on the back end. Just kind of good for sort of moving in the moment kind of stuff. What do I want to word against? We're going to be going up against Ramu in a bit. Not that we need it. Oh, does this even open? Nope. Oh, don't need to go up there anyway. Yeah, no. So if there's a song or something like that, and you know of a video on YouTube, you can actually just search for video name or music names, and those will come up. So by all means, feel free to request something. I'm more than happy to listen to it, and that'll come through on the stream. Let's see here. Potion of. Ooh. My class is Stacking Mind, it would appear. Yeah, for me, as far as like musical mood and whatnot goes, I'm really just looking for something that's got a good beat that I feel can actually sort of drive me towards pushing further. And right now, this is just sort of like a glitch hop and electro swing kind of mix on the back end. As I walk right past what I'm supposed to go to. That's what I get for adjusting the layout of my stuff on the other screen. Yay, and you're passive. Doot-doot-doot. Ah. Well, I mean, I don't mind listening to a sample and seeing if I like it, and if I do, I mean, we just keep going with it. If not, no big deal. You, sir, I have led this giant chocobo here to speak to you and hand you this, apparently. See if this song is almost done. If not, I'm going to go ahead and skip to yours. I can't quite get the stones to time right with the music. Oh, nice. How long have you been playing bass? And actually, how's my balance on this? Not too bad. Back that down just a little bit. Okay, back to leveling. But yeah, no, I'm actually digging this. I'm liking this. So anything else that you want to request, by all means, feel free. I went ahead and threw in some Sonata Arctica, Full Moon, in there. I love Sonata Arctica. They're actually one of my favorite bands. Nice. 4 to 5 years. That is an awesome commitment. I've been playing with it back and forth on and off, but I've never actually gone for like training or anything like that. It's only been just what I've picked up playing by ear. That could be fun to try and stream at some point, but I don't have the rig for it just yet. Yeah, I know how that goes. Moving around sometimes it gets difficult to just like want to even like uncreate anything that you've got and work with it. And I'm gonna try to not sing along with this because one of my favorite songs.
Sitting in a corner all alone, staring from the bottom of his soul, watching the night coming from the window. It'll all collapse tonight. The full moon is here again, in sickness and in health. Understanding, so demanding, it has no need. There's one for every season.
Oh yeah, no, the Tokyo concert was amazing. Hi there, Bilbo Swaggins. Thank you for tuning in.
Running away from it all, I'll be safe in a cornfield savings, hunted by his own. Then he feels the moon rising on the sky, find the barn with the sleeping but can't he hide anymore. Someone's at the door, understanding, through demanding, can this be wrong? It's love that is not ending, makes him insane.
Whoops, forgot to grab the quest.
Streaming across the bay, the night is gray, so calm the day. She doesn't wanna wait. You gotta make the love complete tonight. In the midst of the morning, you gotta find
Okay, Toad, you brought it. Let's do this.
and scream that is soon ending. Mess on the floor. She should not lock the open door.
Okay, go on ahead and put it in the list. I think I have the list capped at either 3 or 5 per person. But, you know, once it's playing, I think that you're able to request again. But, yeah, no. Feel free to fill up my playlist on Moobot. Exclamation point SR space, and then the link of whatever YouTube video has the song. And that would be awesome. Glory Hammer, huh? Yeah, I really like Sonata Arctica. I was really happy when they actually came out to Denver, and I actually got to see them at the Bluebird. It was a really small venue, but it was really nice to actually see them live. Cheesiness from power metal. All right. Did I not have tuned in Wyport while I was there? Okay, so when I hear about like parody of power metal in a really loving way, I kind of think like Tenacious D. Are we kind of going that way with it, or? What? Wait a minute. Did I request it twice? There we go. the armor and you are beating on each other. Now, caveat to that, it's not like, you know, I'm actually taking live steel from a sheath and attacking somebody. We have foam padded weapons that are effectively made with plumbing supplies, which sounds really odd, and like for shock value I'll tell people, oh yeah, I'm going into the woods for the weekend with my friends and I'm going to beat on them with plumbing supplies. It's going to be great. But that's effectively what we're doing. So I mean, it's done up to look like actual weapons, and you're wearing actual armor, and the better the armor is, the better it's in period, then it's going to go ahead and give you quote-unquote more armor points. So it kind of has sort of an MMO-ish kind of feel in that regard, where... What are we playing right now? Oh, it did hop over to my... Oh my god, long songs. Alright, so... Song did not meet the request. I'm wondering if maybe the music video, whatever, was not categorized as actually being a music video. I do have some filters that are set, so that might be messing with it. I actually don't really have any cool weapons to show. Unfortunately, there are a lot of really cool weapons at our game. Let me see if I can go ahead and get a link for it real quick. One sec. Oh, I try to get cool pictures. All I'm finding are like people's costumes and various memes that have been posted to our group. And actually, okay.
Those hazy days I do remember, we were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change, our roads were lined with adventure, mountains
So to here, actually,
couldn't keep us from the
so that is one of the shields for Tietar, which is one of the households that's actually in the game. I'm not sure who that's for, but there's a bow, there's a sword. So I mean, that's a foam padded weapon. You hit someone with that, it's not really going to do a lot of damage, although we do have rules about how hard you can swing and whatnot. Oh, okay, so that explains why he sounds similar. Okay, I have listened to Ailstorm. I like Ailstorm a lot, so it's sort of like, it's just missing that little bit of accent for it to be, but okay, that's cool. So I'm glad there's a reason I was reminded of Ailstorm, was like, I should listen to Ailstorm some. Let's see if I can find some of the other, oops. So like, here's an example of some of the costuming that you'll see like at an event. one of the orc tribes that we went up against. An event that actually took place at, I think this actually was an event at the Ren Fair. So for the red weapons that are like this, those actually signify claws. So if someone's fighting with one of those, you can't disarm them. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. And this is actually some of the more social stuff that we've done as a group. Just trying to find some more costumes and stuff. Oh, here's one. So this is a race of what are called Sar. They're basically cat people. They also have like Wilderkin, which are animalistic people. There's dwarves, there's elves, there's high elves. Another shield that someone else had made. And actually, so I can tell by the look on that, that's actually a Rivervale sword. Oh wait, no, Rivervale? Yeah, that's Rivervale. That's a Scion's spear. And that is just more of a nature-y kind of bow. Anywho, I should get back to streaming. But that was a fun little break. I like to share things about my life. So I don't actually make the representations themselves. I'm not that skilled. So in the game as a blacksmith, what that means is that I have what's quote unquote production. And so what I can do is I can make tags, and tags basically state that this physical representation that is here is actually a legit physical representation. And monsters and creatures can throw things like destruction spells or acid and things like that, which can destroy weapons and armor. And so if that gets destroyed, they have to go and get a new weapon before they can start swinging that item again, because they don't have the tag for it, they don't have a physical representation for it as well. So you have to have both, the physical representation and a tag that goes on it. So I produce tags for people, they bring their own physical representation. I could start trying to make my own weapons and things like that, but I haven't really had the money or the skill or practice to actually try and make something. I think I tried to make a spear once, and it was so horribly out of regulation and spec that it was not usable. Because we have rules about like how whippy it can be, because I mean these are usually made with things like PVC piping, so they don't actually get well, they can get whippy and whatnot when you have like foam padding on them and then possibly latex paint on top of that. But yeah, no, it is a lot of fun. Actually, let me go ahead and get a link in there. So in chat, that's actually a link to our local chapter's website. And then if you wanted to see if there was a chapter near you, because this isn't just local to Denver, this is actually in multiple states, and actually I believe possibly in Canada as well. Let's see here. Find a game. We've got... Yep, there is one game in Canada. There's a lot of games out in the Northeast. We are the game in the middle of the country. Wow. So as a quick thing on that, let me just... Oh, I was already doing it. So, that's the game I'm involved in. That's all the rest of the other games. Oh, no. Okay. None in Europe, But to be fair, Europe has a lot of the higher production, higher quality looking LARPs that are out there. Oh my god, they have such beautiful ones you wouldn't believe. Like, I look at some of the production quality on what they have for costuming and stuff, and I just sit there and I'm like, I'm in the wrong country. So there may not be alliance there, but I promise you, there are a bunch of other boffer LARPs or live-action role-playing games that are going on that I'm honestly surprised that you don't know about any in the nearby area. Okay, well, that's actually like an article, but like over in Europe, they have like the full large scale battles like this. I'm pretty sure that this is from LARP over in Europe because, oh my god, and like you can see they've got similar weapon design where you know it's like duct tape around foam padding and stuff, possibly some latex. But large numbers of people coming together to just get dressed up and go hit the fields and whatnot. Yeah, right. Whoa is correct. I mean, these are events where people come together for the weekend and they have large scale battles, and you know you have teams that are put together that are just insane. I mean, this looks like something out of Warhammer 40k. Please, over here, can we get it? I mean, like, we've got battles that get big, but I mean, I don't think I've seen something on our side where we've had two forces like this. I mean, this is like PCs versus NPCs kind of for our games, but this would be our NPC force fielding up against like all of these guys on one side. It's kind of one-sided and sad, but I mean, you see these things, it's like, I want to go do that. That looks like fun. Like, I think this is a cosplay. No, this is a cosplay, but still, I mean, yeah, that actually wouldn't pass our rules. The points are a little bit too small and too easy to possibly actually get to somebody's eye, so that wouldn't be legal in our realm of weaponry. Now, this right here, this is a good idea of an arsenal. But oops, and if we're gonna hear anything aside from my electricity and whatnot, I've got to skip ahead. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, Bilbo's Wagons. Now, there are other LARPs that are out there. Like, if you're more into, like, zombie apocalypse, if you've never heard of Dystopia Rising, check out Dystopia Rising. So Dystopia Rising, it's adult, it's similar. Instead of being high fantasy and whatnot, it's post-apocalyptic. It's a dystopian future. You've got zombies, you've got the grave mind, you've got your attempts at survival, and of course you're going to a weekend-long event of this where you clock in on Friday night, game starts, and it continues all the way through to Sunday afternoon. And that entire time you're in character, and you can be murdered in your sleep, you can be making weapons, you can be gathering materials and whatnot, and there's the drama that comes, and monsters, and again, zombies of different types. Like some of the really cool zombies and whatnot that they've got. Actually, this is some video of what actually kind of happens at these events. So like people that are portraying zombies and whatnot are encouraged to walk and behave as such. They have a flurry rule that you're only supposed to hit so often and whatnot. So there's this actual group made a music video to scenes from game. That actually looked like someone I knew. Huh. But yeah, so let me go ahead and actually just put that link out there. So yeah, I highly recommend that you check it out if you're interested in that kind of a thing. Now with Dystopia Rising, they actually include in their rules that you're allowed to use Nerf guns that are approved. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Yay! Welcome, Bill Volkswagens. Welcome to the Horde. Alright, and I'm not talking about World of Warcraft Horde, although I do play World of Warcraft. And to be clear, I am bi-factional. I play on Alliance and I play on Horde. I pay way too much for that, or have paid way too much for that game to not have the whole story. So it does actually play the song from the music video, so... No, Loktar Agar works too. I do enjoy the Horde. Actually, the majority of characters that I play are Horde side. The fact that I play on Alliance is actually more to play with some friends, as well as, again, to get that extra bit of story that I'd miss by being on the Horde. And I do like the Worgen. I just wish they had tails. And I understand why they didn't do it. Apparently it was a real pain to actually animate the tails for the Tauren, and they didn't want to have to go through all that again for the Worgen. But oh well. And I have to admit, actually, when it comes to the Demon Hunters and whatnot, I like the look on Night Elves more than I do on Blood Elves. Yeah, although I actually could probably use that as a joke as, oh, hello, fellow watcher. Welcome. Have you come to join the Horde? Much like Thrall used to do. Where am I going? Whistle loudly at the designated locations. And I have not been to Camp Bronze Lake, so relationally speaking, Wineport is the closest. Really? So I mean, I like Blood Elves. Okay, yes, their armor does look slick. I like how they're upright. I like how they don't seem overly disproportionate. But I am most of my characters are either Tauren or Blood Elf on the Horde side, and then for Alliance side, it's a Night Elf, Draenei, or Worgen. And I really do like playing Worgen. So this is the rise of the Chaos Wizards, I'm guessing. Because honestly, hearing it, I'm like feeling like I should be thinking, "Whoa, that's the wrong way to go." Those guys are a much higher level than me. Woo. But listen to this. Honestly, I'm almost feeling like Rise of the Lich King from World of Warcraft. No, I will definitely agree with that. Most other races do have some weird clipping issues. Aside from humans, as far as I've seen. Humans don't really have the clipping issues. I feel like it's designed for humans. Belfs just seem to actually have similar physiology. Night Elves are a little bit upscaled and too big. And it looks like I need to be up there. Are there stairs over this way? Is this a gateway? Can I get up over here? No. You are being in the rear. Okay. Oh no, I have to go that way. Alright. So I have to go out, around, and come back. I do have to admit that is one thing I do like about Final Fantasy, is that as far as I've seen, none of the races have an issue with their armor. It's like they actually went through the process of redesigning the armor for every single race, as opposed to trying to say, well, here's the armor, and this is how we're going to scale it so it fits this particular race. I actually feel like it's a whole new model. Oh yeah, no. As far as plate and chain go on like Tauren, it honestly looks like are like ginormous guy wearing a tiny sailor suit. It's like just sitting there, sticking out, kind of, and barely fitting. Like you expect the seams to start ripping at any moment. It's really weird because it feels like everything is done right, but I still feel more of a calling back to World of Warcraft, and I think that might just be that I've been playing it for so long. This is where Silver would interject with the whole thing of, how do you know a vanilla World of Warcraft player? They'll tell you. And it's like, yes. I mean, it's a fun game. I've been excited about it for a really long time. I think expecting anyone to not talk about the first days they started playing a game is kind of silly, but oh well. A lot of people feel that Blizzard invented MMOs. I mean, obviously that's a really big misconception, because actually MMOs have been around since Ultima Online. And in a much different format. And then you had EverQuest. And interestingly enough, the mission statement for World of Warcraft, the major thing was, we're going to make EverQuest only better. That's all it was. And with that statement, they completely redefined MMOs for everybody. And since then, have done a really good job of taking anything that comes out after that and incorporating it into that next expansion and being like, oh, hey, Star Wars The Old Republic, they had that area looting thing. That's really cool. We should do that. Next expansion, out comes area loot, which was, I want to say Mr. Pandaria was where that finally got added, where you can loot on this thing and it loots all the bodies in close proximity. But I mean, Blizzard's always been really good at that. They've been good at assimilating pop culture references. They've been good at assimilating other games, things that they like, things that they don't like. Now, my question to you is, what game do you think Blizzard devs are probably playing when they're not playing World of Warcraft? Because I promise you, if I was putting in hours upon hours upon hours a day, while I would enjoy it, I would need to look for other games to play while I was playing or while I was working on my MMO. Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question. Bilbo Swaggins, were you just like me? Were you in there where it was, I'm going to play this game and look, my choices have impact. My choices have meaning. I've got a choice and it's going to do something different because of it. And then you started playing alts. And then you started noticing that no, really all it changed was flavor text. Your story doesn't change. It's still the same path. You just get to say different things along the way. That made me so sad. Like, I was super amped up about it. I was in the beta and I was having lots of fun. And I'm like, yeah, this is going to be the best game ever. I bought collector's edition and everything. I got burned out on it. And I was so sad when it was, okay, I'm going to say this thing. Cool, so you're ingratiated to me. I'm going to say this thing. Okay, so you don't like me so much. Instead, all that really had a bearing on was your light side or dark side points as opposed to actual relationships. And it's like, this is built on what you guys did with the Knights of the Old Republic. KOTOR was such an amazing concept of game that it completely changed how games were made and changed the idea of what you could do with the story branching and quests and whatnot to the point where we had Mass Effect. A Diablo MMO. That would be interesting. I'm not sure how I feel on that, honestly. Well, time to go after Titan, huh? World Diablo. It's the next World of Warcraft killer. Ah! And I have to say, that's one thing I've always found interesting is that I feel like everyone's constantly looking for the next MMO or the next World of Warcraft killer, and that's like the thing is it's going to be the World of Warcraft killer, and that mentality just kind of World of Legion Craft, a Diablo expansion. I gotta get this on my bar somewhere. Let's go ahead and put it in here. Oh, I think I'm dying. Or I think I would be dying if this was actually a threat. The glory days of being not glorious. I can definitely understand that. I think I'm one of the crazy people that actually misses leveling up your weapons and being like, yes, I've invested time into being able to use this specific weapon, so yes, I'm going to roll on it. Or, I don't really have time invested in that weapon, so I'm not going to. Those are really good points. But I think honestly, Blizzard's been really good at taking concepts and things that they like, as well as elements that they like from even their own games, and incorporating them into games that are popular. I don't think that World of Warcraft is going anywhere anytime soon until they like come out and make some sort of political statement, like Sylvanas walks out and says, "I agree with Trump wholeheartedly." I think until something like that happens, and even then, I think that would be taken as like a trolling move. They'd laugh about it, and people would just keep going. Like I almost kind of feel like really World of Warcraft is gonna stick around, and there's really not much you can do about it. They're kind of like Iron Maiden like that. Now, I like Iron Maiden. I like World of Warcraft. I like Blizz. I feel that they do a lot of really good stuff. So, don't think that's a slam on them at all. Well, even then, I don't feel like World of Warcraft really puts you as being the great hero. I mean, we can keep telling different stories. We can keep going to different planets and to different continents and to different timelines. I mean, and we've done all of that. We've been to a different planet. We've been to a different timeline. We've been to a timeline of a different planet. And I think that things are going to keep circling around with all that. Now, it seems like we keep having this whole, like, the enemy's out there and it's going to slowly come back to us. And I feel like that keeps happening. And that's not a bad thing. Wait, do I have an ability on my main bar that's... No, alright. Alright. I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like no matter what, there'll be some form of content that they can come up with. That's right, people. Follow the cat girls into battle. Wait, This is the wrong instance. Oh, I queued for the wrong instance. Ah. This is not Titan. I was like, this feels really weird for a primal fight. Oh, like the real-time strategy Warcraft 4? I honestly would not mind an updated version of Warcraft 3. I still go back and play Warcraft 3 every now and then. It looks like the queue got empty again. And I feel kind of like a jerk because I populated it with a playlist that is totally filled with 1-hour songs. And I think the longest song that you guys are allowed to request is like 10 minutes. Well, I think with Warcraft, they moved all their focus to, if we're going to build story for it, let's do it in World of Warcraft. And I think that's where we're at. So it's not necessarily that Warcraft got ditched, it's more that their focus as to where to go with it. Wow, did I get silenced? I got silenced. That was awesome. Like, I still am interested in what would have been the MMO that was developed that Overwatch came out of. Like, what was Project Titan going to be? Like, could you imagine running around in the Overwatch universe with a character that was effectively each one of those character archetypes? And just so you know, I am also watching the stream to see if I get any requests for music other than what I've got planned. I don't think I missed anything. Actually, I'm not sure if we heard Universe on Fire, did we? I don't think we did. And my tank probably hates my guts right about now. No, we heard Universe on Fire. All right. Wasn't feeling that one. There we go. No, I can see what you mean about tone. That would have been actually very, very similar. And I think a large part of that is that the company, I feel like, has evolved and mixed the teams around so much that they all kind of have a similar humor and a similar feel and style. That's one of the things I like about the StarCraft, the Warcraft, and the Diablo universes, that they do feel different. And I think part of that is that there are some pieces that have been kept segregated. And so there isn't too much of a bleed over. Like, I feel like Diablo is the darker, serious cousin of everything else. StarCraft has its moments. But I mean, StarCraft was originally a joke concept game to begin with anyway. StarCraft was born out of developers saying, you know, we've done all this high fantasy stuff. Kind of bored of that. Let's try doing sci-fi. That could be fun. And suddenly out comes StarCraft, and it's sort of like, hey guys, haha, this is funny, it's StarCraft. And it took off. I think that a Diablo MMO could be fun. I'm one of those odd people that are like, I don't like playing humans. If I can get away from it, I will play games that have things other than humans. It doesn't matter if they are human-esque and just have, like, ears and a tail. That's enough for me, as stupid as that sounds. It's kind of like how at the Alliance game, I actually don't play a human there. I was playing a Wolf Wilderkin, which we just shortened to Wolfkin normally. And I recently actually underwent a race change in that game, and I'm now playing an High Elf. Due to various medical needs. Basically, it gets super hot out here, and I wasn't able to keep the mask down all the time, so it was breaking immersion. Like, an MMO that I've actually gotten into that I liked a little bit that only had humans was The Secret World, which, as far as I understand, has gone 100% free to play at this point. Like, you don't even have to buy the base game anymore, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong on that. But I mean, Call of Cthulhu-esque world MMO. It's actually pretty fun. There's 3 different factions that are trying to fight back against the forces of Cthulhu and everything. But, I mean, it's effectively Elder Gods MMO. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, for me, I want it to look good, and I like being able to get into the mindset of this is what my character is and being something different. I like being non-human. I don't know what it is. Just, if I had my choice, I would be something other than a human. Which I get in a lot of other games and stuff like that I play. Well, I've heard about the Warcraft MMO, or I'm sorry, the Warhammer MMO. I've also heard about the oh god, what was it? Frick. Conan, the Barbarian Age. was supposed to be really good as well. So actually, on the topic of MMOs, have you guys ever tried Neverwinter? Elder Scrolls Online I played very briefly. I tried Elder Scrolls Online 2 very briefly, and that became a thing. My major issue with Elder Scrolls Online 2... Oh, I'm sorry, not Elder Scrolls. I'm thinking frickin' EverQuest. Neverwinter is somewhat similar, but it's also built with the idea of the, I want to say it's 4th edition rules in mind. So it's really more fast-paced and whatnot. It's honestly, I feel like a really good implementation of 4th edition D&D is what Neverwinter was. I liked it. I had a lot of fun with it. I actually, interestingly enough, had a lot of fun playing a high orc, half orc. I had weird like roleplay odd ideas of like this cheerleader or whatever getting thrown into the D&D universe and suddenly being this half orc warrior. And so she's like worried about chipping nails and shit like that, but they're like super reinforced and strong because freaking half orc. I have really weird roleplay ideas every now and then, so probably best I stay off that topic. Whoa! Whoa! Tank time! Tank time! Tank down! Tank down! No, don't do it! But yeah, like for almost all of my characters, I have some kind of a backstory behind them that I usually don't talk to people about. It's just sort of a, yeah, I'm playing in the game. Oh, this is what's going on. Okay. Like the idea of like the roleplay moments of things like, oh my god, I'm gonna chip a nail. It's like pick up the claymore and kill the thing. I don't want to. Oh, I pissed off things, but good. Tank McTankerson, look, Tank McTankerson, I'm running to you. Don't run out. I'm a nice healer and person who grabbed aggro. I will run it to you. Oh, why am I doing this instance? I really should have left, but... Oh well, it's experience, I guess. This will be a lesson to me to remember to drop my Q. Wow, they are really hammering on her. This is gonna totally eat my mana. Getting her back up to a high level of health. Just smack it with my staff for a bit. But yeah, Neverwinter is another one that's actually 100% free to play, free to own. And they actually tried to incorporate the stuff from Neverwinter Nights where you could actually design a dungeon for Neverwinter, which was kind of fun and interesting to work with. But like the idea that here's an MMO where you can design campaigns and stories and other people can play them. Right, I get instant queues, but they don't, and I don't want to make them have to wait for another freaking healer to come in. Like, I feel like that's dick move. Yeah. Oh, this isn't the dungeon I wanted. I don't like this group comp. I'm gonna leave. Ooh, Magic the Gathering. Okay, I could deal with that. Then again, as I was saying, you know, I like playing things that are non-human, and they definitely have some non-human races in there. God, I forget the name of actually my favorite deck to play with, but... So I guess the question that comes in my mind is, if it's Magic the Gathering, the MMO, are you a Planeswalker summoning allies constantly for battle, or how does that work? And like, do you pick like types of mana that you're going to work with? Like your character works specifically with the black mana or the green mana, or... And like, I have ideas as to how that can all work, but I'm not exactly sure what all it would be like. Oh! Canis is trying to die here on me. Alright, fine, let me get in the middle of you guys. Oh, we got a friend. We got a friend. I don't remember him coming down before when I played earlier. That's great. Didn't there be chests? There it is. I got a pair of Battle Mage gloves. Yeah! It came as an announcement. We are going to develop this, or are currently in development. Here we go. I'm healing the wrong person. Let's actually heal the tank now and suppose myself. So I think the thing that would make World of Warcraft interesting, honestly, for me at this point, is actually the ability to faction change. That or having a third faction that kind of got brought in. Because we're really good with the whole Horde and Alliance, but a neutral faction could be kind of cool. And I kind of wish that they had done that when they brought goblins in. Like, what happens when you have that neutral faction? Can you later leverage that as your character works to work with the neutral faction, and then you've worked with the neutral faction enough that you can possibly get the other side's leaders to actually listen to you, and you can possibly defect? I mean, we've kind of already seen that to a degree with the idea behind how frickin' DKs work. So Death Knights in WoW, they kind of have that whole, yeah, we kind of were bad, but look, here's a letter of recommendation. We're good now. I think presently they can't really get rid of the factions. People like the mentalities and the ideals behind them, but I don't think everyone necessarily understands exactly what it is the ideals and mentalities they're working off of. Because really, the Alliance is your stereotypical classic, you know, this is what is good and right and just, and obviously this is the right way of things, but they do a lot of really asshole things. And they're actually, as far as I've seen it, they seem very reactive to the world. Well, we'll wait and see what happens. Oh, that was horrible. We need to respond. Whereas the Horde is a lot more proactive, and the Horde is a lot more feeling more like family to me. I mean, obviously they've had some really fucked up leaders. I mean, Garrosh. But when you think about it, the ideals that everyone really likes, I feel like the Horde upholds it a lot better than the Alliance does. But I honestly think that if you were... They have done such a good job developing the friendly animosity between Alliance and Horde among players that if they were to actually get rid of it, I think players would have an issue. No, I honestly feel like all the time that I spent in Terran Mill and other places fighting was totally worthless and useless. Now, I think it would be interesting if they actually went back to some of the old mechanics and tried to redo them again. Like, I like the opening of Ankh-Mirage, when we actually had to gather all of the resources to be able to go through the gates, to be able to get in there, and it was a server-wide collection of the resources. That was so awesome. Not done it again. And this is the heal heavy fight, as I recall. Because there's going to be lots of times of needing to use Asuna. There's that poison. No. Yeah, the holidays kind of do it, but you're right. It doesn't really carry an impact. It doesn't really have this sort of lasting effect. It's not, our server worked together to unlock the gates of Encourage, and then we started doing the raids and all that. It was a really grandiose feel. Oh, nope. Wrong spell. Isuna. Oops.
Try again. Describe me with the music. Be inspired, boy, use me. Let me be the note. Every little bit to know.
Okay, guys, you can control the placement of the pools. You know that, right? Like standing on the outside edges as opposed to the middle. The middle will help a lot. Oh, here it comes. Oh, did my Asuna not take? It did not. There we go. Okay, he's healing from standing on that. Move him. Oh god. All the healing he's getting. I can agree with that. But yeah. Older players have seen a large majority of what most of WoW has to offer. Well, I'm not sure that they're necessarily exploring or seeing something new. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Wow. Ellis the Dragon Slayer. Taking all the time watching this video. Yeah, I don't think the vanilla was the greatest MMO. I think they came up with a lot of really wow, that's new factor. Where is Alice the Dragon? Where is Alice the Dragon? Alice the Dragon was trapped. Okay. I got hit by that. Ah. Yay! Yeah, what's sad is that if you go back and you play on like some of the servers that are out there, that people have made that actually kind of recreate that feel, it doesn't quite feel the same. Like that exploration was definitely a part of it, but there's also a feeling of like accomplishing stuff because you worked so hard to unlock that mount, to get that weapon to that level that you could use it to actually grind through leveling. Yeah, the server that I actually liked playing back on, and I'm still paying for my World of Warcraft subscription. I've had people that are like, oh, you're playing on a private server, that's illegal and against terms of service. I will admit, yes, I do occasionally go back to those servers. However, I am still paying for my World of Warcraft subscription. I have not lapsed in it. I have the statue in the basement to prove it. It continues to be my one of the fun things that I was really glad Blizzard did. I was actually really kind of dumbfounded by that whole thing of you've been subscribed without breaking or stopping at any point for X long. So effectively, you've basically invested about $2,000 in this game. Here's a statue. But it's really sad to think that, but at about that time, that's about where you were at if you had been paying since the beginning. Now I pay for 6-month chunk at a time, so I'm only paying $12.99 a month in the end, but I didn't attune there. I am an idiot. I am an idiot. Okay, it's not too far. Yeah, for me, that was actually kind of my thing, was that I would see that I was at a point where I was good on money, and I'd be like, okay, I'll just make the payment now and just buy, 6 months of game time. And then usually by the time that it was time to pay again, I was back into a good patch as opposed to having to worry about a broke period. So that's how I ended up doing it. And it was funny because actually I didn't think I was going to get a statue because I was like, yeah, no, I've got all these breaks in there, but actually, as it turns out, there'll be little times where it's sort of like no subscription for a day or two, and then subscription, and then here's free game time that they gave you without you even knowing it. Like, I don't know how many actual free days of game time I've received from just being subscribed, but if I go back at my subscription history, I'll see like breaks in it and whatnot. All right, so with this quest, where am I going next? Wow, I'm 41 and a half. All right. I have too many quests. Here's the one. This map is not helpful. Okay, so I'm going back to Limsa. All right. But yeah, I've gotten to the point where now with MMOs, if they offer the 6 day or 6 months, I'll try and do that. So like right now, I'm on 6 months of Final Fantasy. I'm on 6 months of World of Warcraft, and so that's paid, and I know I'm good, and I'm working on actually setting aside money to make sure it stays that way. Ooh, I'm gonna have to take a break here in a moment. So I might pause stream for a bit, take a break, come back. It'll probably be like 15 minutes max. And up to the aft castle I go.
Tonight I feel we're ready to share this sound with you. We will enjoy the magic and break all boring rules. Let's get out on the street, let people feel the beat and make their bodies move, because we're gonna groove. Tonight I feel we're ready to share this swing with you. We will enjoy the music and make some
I am a fan of cats. Actually, it is not a cat on my shirt. It is a werewolf.
make their bodies move, because we're gonna groove. Let's go.
And the caption underneath is, I woke up like this. It's from Tea Turtles, or Turtle Teas. What is that? Tea Turtle? I think it's Tea Turtle.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Put your hands up in the air and swing the night away. There's no need to be scared. Tonight we're all in red. Put your hands up in
That's kind of my like slightly ironic shirt. I'll take that to Alliance with me, and since my character used to be a wolfkin, and is now an elf, I kind of find it ironic that I'm now an elf and I'll wake up and I'll wear that shirt. Like I woke up like this. My little twisted sense of irony. But yeah, Tea Turtle has a lot of really cool shirts. I am a fan of cats, specifically like Puma or Mountain Lions, more often than not. But I've had one cat, Shadow, who I absolutely loved. Unfortunately, she died last year, but you know that was going to happen. She was at that point in time 15 human years, so quite an old cat. And while I have heard of him living longer, she also was suffering from a few other issues, including diabetes, that was being treated. So it happens. I mean, it. One thing in being a pet owner that I have learned is that you should expect that your pet will die on you, and that is an eventuality that will happen. So the best thing you can do is take the time that you have, enjoy it, make it worth it for you and your pet. Make sure that they're happy and healthy, and have a good time together. Make those memories. Oh, I'm at these scenes. Okay. Well, yeah, no, I love Shadow. I feel like she had a really good long life. I feel bad that I was not originally as good of a pet owner as I could have been. I was very hands-off and didn't really spend time with her, didn't really do much. And then a girlfriend was like, yeah, you provide basic needs, but you're really not a good pet owner. And I sort of took that to heart and started thinking about it. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not. So Shadow was a feline that I grew up with, and I'd like to think that my experiences with her actually helped make me a better person. So come on. I have actually not gotten another cat since Shadow. However, I do now have a girlfriend who has 2 cats of her own that have come over. And they are interesting to say the least. Dragon is the larger of the 2 and has a lot of fun climbing all over us while we're trying to sleep, which has, I have been told, ended up with Dragon as well as Beacon occasionally flying across the room due to apparently stepping on me or doing something that I did not appreciate in my sleep. I'm a very sound sleeper, so I don't remember any of this. And it's sort of comedic to think about, this cat just suddenly flying across the room. But at the same time, it's also can be considered somewhat cruel. Generally not my goal, but apparently they haven't learned yet, so I don't know. And Beacon is like this little neuroses ball of fur that I both love and fear. Because we'll sit there and be like, pet me, pet me, pet me, and then suddenly is just, don't come near me, and goes running away. Dragon will flip out and get what we call the no-see-ums. That's where Dragon sees something that no one else does and just starts freaking out because of it. Oh, wait, did I hit a point in my story progression where I can't go further because I'm not a high enough level? No. Okay, there's another quest that I can't do yet. Now, I always had friends that had families, or I always had friends that always had dogs. And I like dogs to a degree. There are some points where it's sort of like, I feel like dogs are kind of like that pushy friend that doesn't understand what your boundaries are. And that's not all dogs. I've run across quite a few dogs that are really good at sort of like approach slowly. Is this acceptable? Okay, and then they'll like commit and hang out. But more often than not, it's sort of like, here's the dog, it sits down, it's in your face and licking, which I could see where that could be, you know, fun for some people. Not exactly me. Cats are kind of closer to my level of in your face. Okay, there's a vendor down here that I can buy this hammer from. Always does the slow approach. Yeah, I feel like golden retrievers are the ones that I felt are sort of like the most empathic in that regards. Like people that say that empathy is not a thing, I can't stress enough that I feel that it actually is. Being able to feel someone else's emotions, and maybe it's just being super observant to them, and golden retrievers are more like that. But my experience has been that golden retrievers are very empathic and are very much able to state, okay, you'd like me to be near you, or, no, not so much. Okay, is this all right? Can I approach? Can I get closer? I should repair my equipment. Yeah, and well, I feel that cats can be empathic. I don't necessarily feel that cats always act on it.
I'm just as good as you.
Okay, so the Nimbus mount is actually, I believe, from pre-ordering Stormblood, or it might just come with Stormblood, or it might be the Stormblood Collector's Edition. Let me check that out real quick. Oh, no. Actually, it looks like it might have been a limited time offer. Oh, yeah, I'm not too worried about Caps Lock. I know that Moobot is kind of nuts about it. Did it actually go back through and delete your posts? No, it's not. Okay. Yep. Okay, so that was actually part of a promotion that happened with Amazon. And here's the official information on that. So yeah, that was a very special promotion that happened back from Tuesday, April 25th to May 8th. So unfortunately, that promotion is over. I'm sorry. I actually still have friends that play. I enjoy the game a lot, and there is actually a good amount of fun to be had. I still actually haven't beaten it. Like, I've beaten the Realm Reborn. There's still Heaven's Ward that I haven't seen all of, and obviously Stormblood just released. So. Because animes. So that's a question then. When you talk about anime, are you talking about like Rurouni Kenshin? Are you talking about Bleach? Like, I know a lot of people are happy with Bleach and whatnot, but I kind of really liked Rurouni Kenshin, and honestly, I understand a lot of people don't like Rurouni Kenshin for the first season, but season 2 was so beautifully done. Samurai Champloo is definitely a good one. I love watching. Oh god, it was Jean and Bleach is a guilty pleasure. Well, I don't think it's anything to necessarily be ashamed of. It's just that I don't really think that Bleach is up my alley. I think for me, Bleach kind of fell into the same category as like Naruto and Dragon Ball. Bleach was fun, then it lasted forever. Which Dragon Ball and Naruto are kind of in the same boat. So am I just coming down here and buying these also? I should probably read my quest text. I'm not sure if I checked out Darker Than Black. I really liked High School of the Dead, but Psycho was absolutely... Oh, God, I loved her character so much. There was a short while where I actually was like super enamored with Samurai Girl, which originally when I first saw it was being released with, here's the Americanized manga along with the okay, yeah, here's the Americanized manga along with the DVD. So I collected all 4 of those.
Lost my mind, all alone in the city of lights. Hey, I like that. Like a dream, beautiful people, beautiful Such a beautiful girl, such a beautiful night, like a dream. Everything's good here, everything's right. But with the coming of the dawn, I can clearly see the city lights, they've all dimmed. The city's no place for me. It's no place for me. Lost my mind, all alone in the city of lights. Now I'm blind, I can't see through the pale moonlight. I know that I can't be alone in your company. Need to be on my own. Now I can see. Lost my mind, all alone in the city of lights. Now I'm blind, I can't see through the pale moonlight. Lost my mind, all alone in the city of lights. Now I'm blind, can't see through the pale moonlight. City of lights. City of lights. City of lights. That's good. Bring it on down. Hey, I like that.
Oh, there's someone here at my house? Or is that just the sun coming up and notifying me? Aha! There is someone home. I am streaming. No, go for it. Yeah, no. You take care of you. Do not worry about my stream. No, I appreciate that, but wow. So, I'm actually going to be back. Apparently we have people not in the best of situations. So I'm going to stop stream for a moment, and I will come back in a bit, guys.